Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide on a variety of different platforms. Thank you for joining us today and thank you for being our valued community members. Thank you for supporting our Gamers for Mental Health community and thank you for helping us to raise the profile of our charitable fundraising here on my channel. A very hot day here in our London suburbs yet again. It is extremely warm outside. I have not been outside as much and not really seen and experienced any of it today, but it's very hot inside. I have a major setup here with my Sony Bravia and all the other equipment, and guess what, because we are doing our streams live here on Twitch, all the equipment is fully engaged and it is overheating, so we have massive amounts of heat here where I am, which makes it slightly uncomfortable, I have to say, because obviously considering it's so hot outside, my the big wall here in the section of the building where I live gets really quite hot very early, and it is affecting really the conditions for which I can be delivering this broadcast. So they said tomorrow we are to have the hottest day of the year here in Britain. It will be 32-33 degrees, and I'm certainly hoping that we'll get some showers, because really so early in June having such heat, and particularly what concerns me is the hot nights, because I have a difficulty in sleeping well if the air is highly polluted, because it comes from London directly to us when it's so hot, and then also very hot at night. So that's the resume of what we're experiencing here today, and I slept extremely well. I really rested as I should, and I've got to say that yesterday was really busy and really hectic here with the stream, because I was telling you all about the wonderful Summer Game Festival done by Jeff Keighley and his team, and I just feel really so privileged to be able to participate in such events by watching and then communicating via various social networking platforms, because at the end of the day the whole concept is fairly new. He has been running the Summer Game Fest only for about 3 or 4 years, I think, and it's just incredible because he started out in 2020 during the pandemic from his front room, because obviously we were all living in that absolutely ghastly dreaded lockdown, and the games that were to be coming in the future and within the forthcoming presentation. But it's incredible. He sat himself on Friday. Nobody expected that the attempt to introduce new games will actually grow so exponentially and become as massive as it's been on Friday. So very similar to his annual Game Awards, very well attended, delivered in YouTube Theatre in Los Angeles. So it's like a major event. And like I said yesterday, I really feel that video gaming and the overall involvement of the gamers worldwide, and particularly people younger than 40, really is completely taking the attention that previously was directed at television and films onto this field, and we are experiencing an incredible rise of number of participants in the gaming industry and the online gaming services in particular. As we've seen during the pandemic, we did have up to 4 billion people playing games every single day. So that's really quite astonishing. Just think about it. 4 billion people, that's almost half of the planet being involved with online video gaming activity. So certainly this is a huge force that is emerging, and I think that the other affiliated entertainment industries, such as film and television ones, they are going to be experiencing a huge amount of pressure in view of that change. I had some questions about this coming in overnight, and I'll tell you a bit about them very, very shortly. But the biggest difference you see between the interest that is emerging for the video gaming industry compared to the other ones is that what we do here online, be it through Twitch, YouTube, or even through individual games when we're doing the multiplayer, we are fully interactive. We are. Sorry, I'm just testing my headset because I can't actually hear myself too well on the inside for some reason. Maybe it's better now. Right, so we are getting engaged. I mean, we are getting that degree of engagement from many participants from around the world who are sharing the same interests, who are interested in video gaming and the new titles, and most importantly, those people who want to be chatting, talking, making new friends, making new bonds, coming from any part of the world. And as we've seen here on my channel, we did have people from as far as New Zealand. And people from New Zealand, from South Africa, from the other part of the globe, connect with those who are living in Alaska, or in Russia, or in Norway, or Iceland. And the bonds are just absolutely extraordinary, because obviously you're meeting those people who are completely unknown to you, but at the same time they share the same interest, and everybody speaks English today. So English had become a truly and fully the major international language. So it's very easy to communicate, and obviously people watched for the last 15 to 20 years various things on the internet through different platforms, and it's astonishing, I've got to say, when you speak to somebody from Norway, Iceland, to be as fluent in English as we are over here, and as well as being able to use phrases and communicate in a way which is applicable to certain games. It's really fantastic, and that degree of interactivity and that degree of connection is what is basically bringing people together. Unless the guys from the music, film and television industries quickly create platforms similar to Twitch, where you can stream and share things live, they will find themselves in a very, very difficult place. And I can tell you this, I've been around for quite a while. I'm a mature gamer, an older person, compared to some of our junior members. And I can tell you that, for instance, the way I was making new friends and connecting while I was in my youth was through those events. And the events were always delivered on site. So in order to make new friends, you had to go to a music venue, you had to go to a football stadium, you had to go to a theatre, you had to sometimes watch television together with family and friends, and then you would get together in a pub with others and you would share the experiences of, for instance, television series like X-Files or Homicide Live on the Street or Twin Peaks or any other, just to name a few. Or if you were growing up in the 70s, there would be a Sheriff from New York, McCloud, there would be a Streets of San Francisco, there would be a Policewoman, there would be, trying to think, if you were in Britain, Blake Seven, you would be watching Monty Pythons, and then off to the local pub and you'd share the views with all of your friends and mates. But the group was small and it was local. Primarily these were the people who lived in the local area, local vicinity. So your chats, your discussions were very much based on your own experience of it, but also the experience of the locals who were living in the same environment. It's completely different and a lot more stimulating when you are connecting with somebody who actually has a different life experience, who's not living next door, and someone who is perceiving what is, let's say, British or American made from a completely different perspective. So you are obviously able to exchange the views and thoughts on what you've seen, but equally you're sharing that life experience. So it isn't just about the program you watched or television series, but also about what you are perceiving in it and how that connects with your life and your world. You see, that experience had been present for quite a few decades, because obviously prior to the invention of television we've had theatre and films and photography, for instance music. So with this forum, for which we can play games together with other like-minded souls from around the world, we also have a situation where that experience is freely shared at any time of day, 24/7, and when you compare, you find other similarities and differences, and it becomes a very enriching, very fertile, novel experience of making friends to that degree of social contact. Also, the numbers are quite great. If you are a streamer, or if you have your own YouTube or Twitch channel, or even if you are communicating on Instagram or TikTok every single day, you will meet and come across a very large number of people. And I think that system of communication is, first of all, very stimulative, so people can feel excited and energized. They wake up in the morning, they'll check for the messages, or if they're streaming, they'll be waiting for people to pop in. You've seen I have now the a new beautiful overlay saying stream is about to start, or stream starting soon, and then people keep coming in and they wait, they type a bit on the chat. We're still testing this on beta, so we're not as busy as I think we are going to get in no time once we start with our regular streams. But you know, I've been very truly delighted to see that we had some of our participants, young and old, or I should say the old members as well as the newbies, joining us here with a test and then communicating and connecting. We in fact did have some people making such good connections that they talked about setting up new fire teams for Destiny, and maybe for some other games as well. And that's really truly encouraging. Very, very excited to see that within this format, even within the beta test, we've had people coming in who were talking and making new connections. So it's all about the comms, and the comms are indeed here, and the comms are helping people to find other like-minded souls from other parts of the world and then share. So we had questions coming in yesterday about the fundraising campaign and all the other things that I debated here and discussed with our community, and the sheer numbers of people that participate in everyday forums is something that can be used positively, so that we can have those people who are wanting to initiate a change, promote a good cause, come up with something positive and constructive in addition to having regular friendships. So for instance, if you were here with us on the channel during the dreaded pandemic, you would have seen that through the games such as Warzone, Apex and Destiny, we had a group of people who were present here every single day fighting the fear of this dreaded disease before the vaccine was invented. And nobody in our group had felt alone or alienated. We brought in quite a number of people through random matchmaking who became active members of our community. Our community member James Carter created a regiment in which I was also one of the founding members, and then myself, Paphos, Carter and Spurs created the first squad. We were there live on air every single day, and I just can't put into words how incredibly rewarding this was, because we were all from, I could say, different parts of Britain and the world, and we sort of joined forces to fight the fear, to fight the disease, and to create an anti-COVID group, or I don't know, COVID protection group, or you name it, whatever you like. And it was a group that provided that degree of support to everyone, so that the entire period, the first year, passed us by without us actually feeling solitary. And I think that was incredible. That was a fantastic achievement. So you can see, if you are channeling what you do here live on air, you can be then making sure that the good causes are promoted, or indeed that you are doing something with a force of good. All the members that join that community are still here with us today. They still play Warzone, they still do exactly the same thing, and they're all very much part of the same group of regulars, of veterans, of those who are indeed engaging with the game in order to talk about their own everyday activities, anxieties, concerns, or anything else they've been doing. And that's actually truly wonderful. I have seen that one of our members, after being very active here on the channel with us, also decided to become a streamer. Like myself, he's a mature gamer, and he's running his regular streams with his video hookup and everything. So it's really truly delightful to see that the activity of video gaming can well be channeled at a particular moment in time, which is affecting not just one community but the entire humanity in a way that is bringing benefits. So coming back to it, I think from my perspective, video gaming is providing a fantastic opportunity, particularly for younger people, to first of all connect and then have a lot of fun, have a bit of adventure in that virtual reality world, in the world of fantasy where you can be just about anyone, you can do just about anything, and then use the connectivity with others in order to promote certain causes, the good causes. And what we are doing at the moment here is we are promoting the charitable fundraising for Mind UK. It's Mind charity that has been delivering a variety of professional services for people who are experiencing some form of mental health difficulty, or a major psychiatric disorder, or neurological disorder, or anyone who's affected by any sort of emotional pressure. And I personally feel that in our country, which is Britain, United Kingdom, such services have been under huge pressure already for more than 10 years. And being a senior mental health professional myself, I have seen the various sides and the various sides of that process over the last 15 years, and I'm not that keen on the fact that we have money for investments, and that is the investments in commercial industry, in various projects, but we don't seem to have money to invest in what is essential for the well-being of our community. So you tell me, how is it going to be possible for our communities to be as creative, as productive, as good as possible if there isn't that investment present in there? Because anyone, anywhere, can become seriously ill, be it physically or mentally, and this could be due to biological causes, it could be due to pressures and circumstance. So we are all vulnerable to a certain degree. Obviously some of us have got a better immune system and stronger biological factors that will protect us from certain ills, but then it is unpredictable, because under certain conditions we still can be very vulnerable, and indeed we could become seriously unwell. So therefore I feel that the current perspective that generally I pick up whilst I watch the news and medias is sort of devoid of that degree of understanding. We have had many more people contributing, businesses and big firms included in the past, to which the monies were invested in charities. Charities in Britain are absolutely fundamental for the well-being of our nation, and that's not just in health, it's in all other kinds of disciplines which various charities support. So I feel that a lot of people during the pandemic who were not using such forums as ours here were suffering, and I have seen reports indicating that a lot of adolescents had been suffering on the mental health grounds quite considerably during those months, or I should say those 2 years. So it pains me to see that there is that degree of hesitation, governments included, I should say government departments included, to invest in the services which are so important for the well-being of our people. So what we want to do here on this channel, and I hope also within Twitch and other community members, is to just to raise the profile of the need, because the need is there. Many people today are suffering from huge stresses. Most of those are related to cost of living crisis and the fact that everything's so expensive. And if that carries on, the emotional and mental health will suffer. That doesn't have to end up with a psychiatric illness, but it could result in other collateral. People feeling very tired, feeling that they have no energy. Some people feeling extremely upset and therefore perhaps sometimes drinking more than they should. And it's all kinds of collateral that can emerge as basically being the result of these types of events and circumstances. So we want to be raising funds here for Mind initially, and then for other charities, which I talked about earlier in the week, in order to support those services, because those services are open to everyone. And these services are, I need to stress that, free of charge. So if you are feeling under pressure, if you are not feeling as good as it should, you will be able to, or you are able to, approach these services and then get adequate assistance. And just the way it needs to be. I find it really every single thing that you are to receive from professional services, you got to be paying a significant revenue. Well, do you think, first of all, if you're a parent, or indeed if you're a youngster, if your child or your brother or sister became seriously mentally ill, how would you feel if you had to be paying for every single thing that was going to be enhancing the health or indeed providing for the welfare? How would you feel? You would feel terrible. I mean, you're not immune. Nobody's immune. Anyone, anywhere, can actually find themselves in those circumstances. As we know, I can give you literally 1 million examples. We'll talk about this as we go on. And as I mentioned, the channel is developing in a direction which has been actually present here from the beginning. I'm just pronouncing it a bit more. I'm making it more of a kind of a creed of what we do here generally, and also I'm branching out into other forms of broadcasting. I talked quite a bit about podcasts which we had here on the channel for some time, and we are going to be having separate podcasts on various platforms. They will be recorded to Spreaker. Spreaker is the best platform for podcasting, and they have the system to which once you are uploading your recordings, then they get shared with quite a number of different outlets. They include Google Podcasts and Spotify and iHeartRadio and many other ones, and therefore there's easy access to them on a variety of different outlets out there. So we are going to be having a separate podcast and separate broadcast away from our Twitch channel in order to present our members with some additional information, and podcasts will be somewhat different. They'll be theme based, and then one lot will be based on everyday gaming news, but we'll try to kind of get some guests coming from the industry and indeed from our community, and then we'll talk live on air about the issues which we tackled in the course of the week, and sometimes we'll just talk about our gaming experiences. But don't forget, the emphasis of the channel is on two different kind of areas. One is gaming world, gaming communities, gaming industry, new games, right? The other is vulnerabilities, mental health, people who are experiencing difficulty, and we're trying to sort of merge two together so that the forums here could provide sufficient information for everyone, and most importantly, the greatest possible adequate support for those who are feeling under the weather and those who actually feel that they want to be connecting with others in order to become much more part of the community, and indeed to talk about the issues which are bothering them. So remember that this is not a forum where you're going to be learning how to be winning ranked matches in Apex, or how you're going to be winning competitions if you go out there as an esports player. We don't do that here. So plenty of other channels out there where you can learn about this, but in here you'll be learning all about our community, about support, and of course gaming. Right, so that's really what I wanted to tell you right at the beginning, and I really wanted everyone to be as aware as possible of the fact that I've done this on the channel right from the beginning, but I'm just making it a bit more pronounced so that people know from the beginning that we are engaged with those two mainstreams. And our fundraising campaign is obviously the first big one here on the channel. I supported British Red Cross a few years ago, and it was completely different. I think things have just literally ascended since I've been involved with that campaign. And Tiltify is a company that provides probably the best system for the gamers who are interested in supporting charitable causes, and also is offering a system which is very interactive, very gamer-like. The system where you can set up your own milestones when you are doing the campaign. You can set up quizzes and polls. You can set up separate community events which are supporting the campaign as you reach one of those milestones. And also they have quite a lot of rewards that can to people who are contributing. So actually that is very good, and it's very much aligned with what happens with more commercial types of promotions. And I've been really watching the works of Tiltify for the last 5 years, and I've seen how everything had just ascended year after year, and I'm very, very pleased and encouraged to see what is being presently offered. So obviously I'm fully involved, and I'm promoting the good causes, and I'm involved with Tiltify, and initially today with the campaign for our charity called Mind, which is a UK-based charity, been around for more than 50 years, and provided services for people with mental health issues. But we'll have other charities, and I talked about them earlier in the week, and that's National Autistic Society, Epilepsy Scotland, Great Ormond Street Hospital Shelter, another charity that's fundamental to the well-being of our citizens. It's the charity that works with people who are facing homelessness, or indeed people who've gone through it, people who are experiencing it. Absolutely fundamental in the present day and age for that charity to be fully supported. So we'll have these options available to all of our viewers, and everyone will be able to basically join us and participate in all sorts of ways. So first of all, running a campaign is not all about just donating. There are different ways. The first and very important part is by raising awareness, and that is by doing different news bulletins, postings, clips, videos, any kind of postings on various social networking platforms. They include Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Discord, Instagram, TikTok, etc. Because people need to become aware of the fact that these services are out there and providing professional help for those who are in the need. So once people become aware of the need and of the services, it'll be easier to conceptualize. You get sometimes people saying, well, no one cares because the NHS is free of charge. NHS is the British National Health Service. In other countries, people have to pay for the treatment. Well, not quite. Depends on what countries you are actually debating. It's completely wrong to assume that such services are not necessary or not as prominent, because obviously if you are requiring a long-term treatment to help, you will go to one of the charities, and therefore we want to raise the profile. So as I said, everyone in our community can become involved and can do something in order to raise the profile. So that's the first step. The other step is if people feel strongly about it and they want to be involved, so they can contact a specific charity directly and get involved with their usual fundraising, which is up and about in the community. Street fundraising, where you shake a tin and you ask people for some contributions, explain to them what the charity is about. Or you'll have special events run where you are having like a donor conference, and then you'll do a bit of you'll do a lecture, you'll connect with others socially when you have like an open day, and you talk about the charity and all that you do there. So it's the traditional ways of raising funds. I've been involved with that many times in the past, and what we are doing here is something novel and something that provides us with that opportunity to raise funds, have fun, and connect with others, and also talk about the causes, talk about the issues which need to be tackled, a bit like the global pandemic, a bit like the global warming, the fact that our nature is suffering due to the way the industry is operating today, using the energy resources rapidly, massively, depleting the nature of the capacity to regenerate. And we're all facing a very, very bleak future unless we take certain steps to remedy the causes of that dreadful kind of development. And so we've got two different ways. And then obviously, if you want to be fully involved, you may want to set up your own Twitch channel, build a community, and do exactly the same what I do here. The last one, and that's literally by donating financially. Obviously, donations are incredibly important for everyone that works for these charities. That's obviously Mind and all the other ones I mentioned, and many, many other ones, both in Britain and US and worldwide. Like Médecins Sans Frontières, you've heard about them. They go to war zones, they help people who are suffering from war. I mean, obviously, you can't get more important than that. Just think about current wars and what's happening to people who live in war-torn areas. So a charity like Médecins Sans Frontières, that's Doctors Without Borders in translation, plain English, they basically go to war zone and they help people to survive. And they bring in medical supplies and food and all other things. So, everyone needs to kind of open up their mind and become a bit more aware the need and then participate. Right? So like I described, you can either just raise the profile by talking about it to your friends, family, posting on the internet, on your social networking platforms. You can get involved with a charity. You can be a member of a particular fundraising group. If, for instance, you want to help National Autistic Society or Epilepsy Scotland or Mind, you contact them directly and they'll provide you with the resources in order for you to learn. They actually run workshops and inductions, which are great, and you are being given literally everything that is necessary in order to raise funds, together with some team leaders and others who are obviously in position to provide you with some supervision and guidance. Then the other is doing it out there, doing the fundraising through these charities. Then you have the option of setting up something like myself on your Twitch or YouTube channel, or you can then donate. So you've got different means to which you are getting involved. And don't forget, it's like a 3 to 4 tier type of activity. First of all, you raise profile. Second, you become involved. Thirdly, you are actively involved with fundraising out there in the local community. And the third one is donating. Donations are incredibly important for everyone who works for charities, and every single penny will. Just remember that. Anyway, that is the novelty here on the channel, and you've seen that Tiltify and the donors tab is included on our overlays. So when you're watching the overlays, which are based on, we have obviously the overlay here for live, so Tiltify goal. If you're wondering what the goal is at the moment for Mind charity, it is basically £1,000. So every 100 is a milestone, and for every 100 we are going to be launching a separate community event, which is separately planned for, scheduled and delivered, and each one of them will provide you with pinnacle activities here in Destiny. So that's raids, that is Crucible competitions and various other things. So I tied in a quiz, which is delivered in the form of like a poll, in order for our community to interact before we launch that community event. So everyone will be able to decide on what we are in these raids, what armor we'll be wearing, what weapons we'll be using, etc, etc. So it's very, very interactive. Every milestone will have a special reward attached to it. So anyone contributing, anyone being a major donor or helping us to raise funds, or even, I need to stress that, not by donating, but doing something else outside of the equation of what I just described, like for instance being involved with public promotion or doing some PR, that person also will be given rewards because they're helping the overall campaign. And I received yesterday a beautiful Mind t-shirt, and this is going to be given to somebody who will open up the donors campaign. And I'm also going to be getting a bundle of different types of rewards that will be given to various donors and patrons. So one presenting you the contents and the rewards on Instagram and Twitter. So just make sure Instagram and Twitter when these arrive, and then we are going to be looking at them and giving them to people who are helping and contributing. And that is what will be happening here. Don't forget, there are going to be also major public events in respect of fundraising, and we'll see some of those run by those charities. So we'll all get involved as we get the dates and as we get our invitations. Alright, so that's all about the new Direction channel. It's actually not new, it's the new old. We have seen this on the channel in the past, and I have been very, very happy with the way everyone interacted in here. I have one of the most incredibly supportive communities of gamers here on the channel, and lots of those members communicate with me directly through direct messages, ask different questions about these particular fields, which is gaming, entertainment within the video game industry, through social networking forums and Twitch, as well as the issues related to their mental health. And as I said, new hashtag is Gamers for Mental Health, and that's being connected with every one of my platforms. So, if you want to be kept abreast with all the news, just make sure you are connecting with my Twitter, because Twitter is my main hub for the news, and I really present lots of news there every single day. Some are related to what we do here, and then the other lot is about what's happening in the gaming industry, and we are going to be having more and more of that hashtag based news, gamers mental health, with specific curated information on different ways in which gamers can actually get involved with charitable work, or indeed if there was specific individuals to approach providing specialist assistance. So all of that is indeed coming soon. This is actually my penultimate beta, so I have still one more beta to run, and that will be a brief beta tomorrow, because tomorrow will be extremely busy with other things. And don't forget, tomorrow we have this big, very big showcase event at 5 p.m. UK time, where all the big cheese and all the top people from Xbox and Microsoft will be telling us about the future, about the next year, all the day one games that will come out on Game Pass, and all of the niceties that they have in stock for us. Microsoft will be having a bit of a rough patch this year, and they will have obviously a lot to say about the games that did not really deliver, such as Redfall. But we are all very excited about Starfield, so I can't wait to see the presentation tomorrow to get a first-hand sort of accounts and fully fledged flavour of what we are going to be getting with Starfield. Starfield is a major Xbox game, and one of the biggest that Bethesda ever produced. So probably the biggest since the initiation of Fallout, or Fallout 3 I should say, because Fallout 3 was like a next-gen game at the time when it came out. So very, very excited, and obviously for myself, being a huge fan of space opera and a variety of different space shooters, that is going to be absolutely brilliant. So watch this space. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock we get firstly Phil Spencer and his team telling us all about the novelties coming from Xbox, and then immediately after that there is going to be a Starfield showcase. Coming back to the Game Awards, I talked about them at length yesterday, so I will not be describing much about that today, but there are some questions that I've received since yesterday, so I'll give you that in a second. I think generally the Summer Games Fest, I have to apologize, my brain today for some reason, I think it's due to that heat, is really laggy. So when I'm talking I can hear myself really not, my thoughts are not gathered as accurately as astute as possible. I apologize for this, but it must be the heat. It is just unbelievably hot overnight, and the change of weather is definitely affecting me biologically, so I apologize. But anyway, I'm trying to really be as articulate as possible. You spot that I'm saying something strange, just ping me a message and I'll have to drink a lot of water and ventilate the room and everything else. Anyway, I said Game Awards, but actually it's the same team. Jeff Keighley runs Game Awards, and we have his team working on Summer Games Festival, and that's what's happening at the moment. It's actually a lengthy event. It's spread out, and there are lots of different presentations and showcases that are part of this. And as I said, tomorrow we'll have Xbox and Bethesda. We had a very good presentation on Friday that followed up the opening ceremony and Jeff Keighley's show, and this was on the indie developers, so I'll be able to tell you a bit about this if you're interested. And the indie developers were running their own presentation that I thought was very, very good. I still have to watch the very end, but they talked about a number of games that really look incredibly beautiful and quite exciting, yet they do not get the same degree of exposure, because I think the overall number of people who are in our gaming community, not just here but also in other forums, they're very interested in AAA blockbusters. So for instance, when you have Diablo coming out, or you have the games like Redfall, which obviously backfired, like a big AAA blockbusters, all the interest goes towards them. And don't forget, these games are very big, they require many hundreds of hours of gameplay, and they're quite different to the indie games. The small indie games will not be lasting for hundreds of hours. Talk about maybe anything between 10 to 30 hours of gameplay, and they're perfect addition to a blockbuster. So if you're doing Mass Effects, Fallouts, and Destinies of this world, you can always throw in, always have a break, one of those indie games, many of which are accessible instantly on the Game Pass. So I really have been using the Game Pass in order to check out a great number of these games, and the vast majority were thoroughly enjoyable. So if you're interested, you can go and watch the presentation. It is on Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest platform, and it's actually on Game Awards. I beg your pardon. On YouTube is Game Awards channel, but on Twitter you can get all the details also from Summer Game Festival profile. So I'll tell you a bit about it, because he's had firstly this 2-hour showcase, and then the biggest highlight was with Nicolas Cage, obviously appearing in there. And I think they were talking about a selection of games that I find particularly interesting. Quite a few of them will pop up on Game Pass. So Beastie Ball is one of them, and it was produced by Wishes Unlimited, and it just Ritchie looked very, very interesting. Hyper Light Breaker was the other, and Hyper Light Breaker is a very strange type of title, because what you do there is you have a camera, and you walk around and you take photographs, and then from the photograph instantly the environment. So what you have photographed, or let's say a photograph which was from one location being brought to the other, and you sort of use it for a full creation of that within the game. So you're creating a new section of the game by applying the photograph to some sort of 3D maker, and then suddenly that becomes very much part and parcel of the game. It's confusing. I'm not sure how this is going to work, and I'm particularly curious to see how that's really tying in with the narrative. Evil Within or the horror games, but you can do certain things of that sort. It's quite phenomenal, because you can build an escape route. You can find a way to which you can maybe do certain things, get some additional powers, a shortcut to maybe some potions or some special skills. So definitely a very, very interesting concept. I can look forward to the Hyper Light Breaker, the game is called. Then Simpler Times, something that also kind of triggered off my curiosity. This is a game made by two people from Romania, Transylvania to be precise, and it's all about people being in a room and then accessing the world through a number of different items that are present there. And it just seemed like really good. It did remind me through the voiceovers of Life is Strange. So that was just the first impression that I've had, and I'm sure they're quite greatly influenced by Life is Strange, because the narrative was very the way the voiceovers were sort of delivering the script were very, very similar. But I think that was one of the biggest strengths of Life is Strange. Fantastic voiceovers. I mean, really, if you just put your telly on standby and just to be listening to the voices there, you would have been very, very highly captivated happening on the screen. So very, very interesting. So Finder, which is produced by Sad Owl Studios, Haunty, you had Cart Life, you had Hellskate, Henry Halfhead, Cocoon, Etty, Summerhill. The list just goes on and on. I mean, I could just tell you, I could describe every one of these games, but I think instead of me just going to the list, about 20 different games, access the live recording and just have a look at it on playback. Anyway, I just wanted to highlight the fact that we did see quite a number of interesting indie games there immediately after the heavyweights, and I'm very excited about quite a number of titles. The three I mentioned grabbed my attention, and I'll definitely be having a look once they arrive to Game Pass. So we'll have Ubisoft Forward on Monday, and we'll have Capcom big showcase event on Tuesday. Make sure you watch 2 of these. Capcom obviously associated with Resident Evil, Ubisoft with so many different games, such as this Assassin's Creed series, and then The Division, Far Cry, the Ghost Recon series, Splinter Cell if you go back in time, etc, etc. So it will be very interesting to see what they have in stock for us. And also Capcom, I'm very curious. They were talking about some new games, and we'll see probably a few additions to the Resident Evil series as well. So you know, a lot to look forward to. Lots of new titles coming out, plenty of interesting news, and lots of interesting speakers delivering the news live, as it's been the case on Friday, where we've seen quite a number of people representing the companies like Remedy, for instance, and then you had Nicolas Cage literally popping up and telling everyone how he got involved with Dead by Daylight, and it was very, very exciting, and it was very similar to what we've seen with Keanu Reeves, but I don't think it had the same hype. The reason for that is Cyberpunk was just launched at that point. No one's seen anything of it up to the point where Keanu Reeves kind of walked on stage. And with Dead by Daylight, obviously we know the game, it's been out for a long while, but still having Nicolas Cage in there was highly entertaining, and everyone laughed when he popped up and introduced the game, because you watched him first introducing it, and then you saw him in the game within a very short period of time. It was just very, very funny, as you would expect. He's a very funny guy. My dear friends, I need to take a very short break, and I'll be back literally in about 30 seconds, and I'll carry on with all other things that we want to be talking about here. Most importantly, the next step, or I should say the next thing I'll do here, is our community-based Q&A. I'll have some questions. People had sent me a variety of different questions during the week, and this is the time now where we are going to be answering them. So stay with us, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. Oh, Simon's here. Hello. I just have to take a brief break, and I'll be able to talk to you and all of our community members. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I'll be giving you some more news and telling you what our community members have been asking. Back in a second. Alright, my friends, I'm back and be able to tell you a bit more. I can see that our friend Sandman is telling us, I'm awesome. My character yesterday was 16 level and now my Titan is 1702 and it's warm out here. Well, that's fantastic to see, and thank you very much for letting us know. Obviously, for all of you who watched the game and the gameplay here yesterday, you would have seen that we had Sandman here with us, and the day before was Sekapupu, and we've gone through quite a selection of Vanguard strikes. Sandman managed to get his Xbox Series S a couple of days ago, and we were just literally doing whatever was out there in order to level up. So that's really great to see. Also, we noticed that with the new season, which is Season of the Deep, we are leveling up rapidly. So I don't know what the thinking behind it is. It's quite different to what we had in the past seasons. I mean, I actually ranked up by 10 within like one short gaming session of 2 hours, so I was astonished. And also, I think from what Sandman told us, it looks like we are picking up lots of different weapons which are constantly giving us the higher power levels, so that's very good, that's very exciting. I know that lots of our veterans will have serious problem with this because they're very much used to the old style Destiny 1 grinds where you're leveling up really at snail's pace, but you know, such is life, things change, and I think Destiny 2 provides us with lots of different opportunities in order to enjoy the game and give us a variety. We can do lots of different, like yesterday for instance we were looking at free-to-play content, and there is plenty of that in Destiny. Obviously, if you want to do something that's linked to Lightfall or Beyond Light or the Witch Queen, you have to be purchasing the DLC, but you don't have to do it because you've got all the other options. And what's beautiful about it is the other options are also giving you the capacity to level up, to collect loot, to use all the lead NPCs, and you know, it's just really good. I mean, people forget that Destiny, as it stands today, is a sort of a pioneering work. It's an experiment. You know, obviously it does have some serious in the way it's constructed, the way it is sort of giving us the gameplay and the narrative. But you know, it's certainly admirable, and I'm just literally pleased that somebody dared to take such a step to invent a game that has got this degree of variety and experiment. So it's a bit like being an experimentalist filmmaker. You know, everybody will say, "Oh, you're terrible. You don't know how to make films," but eventually they become the best directors of all times. They're sort of groundbreaking. The people who were ahead of the time, and it's you know, it's the same sort of, it's the same sort of thing. It's just it's delivered here within the video gaming environment. So that is I guess important to consider, because when we are observing the other means of communication, other arts, other medias, we already have a longer history of what's been happening prior to that. But we did see, particularly with film, that certain filmmakers were ostracized for quite a few years, you know, as young filmmakers, so when they were trying to do something different, and then they would get into the revival many years later, possibly through a different generation of film viewers or film critics, and they would be then revered. They'd be considered to be fantastic. So think of Martin Scorsese, for instance. I don't know if you watched or you paid attention to his career as a filmmaker. He had huge problems initially. You know, he was obviously a filmmaker who went to film school, which at the time, in the late 60s, was something completely new in the US. And filmmaking in the US was just like an apprenticeship. You would just learn it on a job. And similar to any kind of other business, you know, run shops, or you do various other types of skill-based activities, and you start as a T-boy, you become eventually the CEO. And so he would have been one of those people from the first generation of filmmakers educated in film schools, and because he had in his first films a lot of sort of French New Wave style, very sort of handheld camera, offbeat dialogue, things improvised at the front of camera, he had huge flack. And then he went down the route of narrative film, again huge flack. But eventually he's been picked up, and today he's one of the greatest American filmmakers of all times. Anyway, I'm telling you this because I believe Bungie is exactly the same. That is my belief. They were groundbreaking and seen as you know, the next gen of everything with Halo. Today Halo has been obviously well developed. It's been around for more than 20 years, and Destiny is their second big project, and they're trying this new concept within Destiny, which is not obviously everyone's favorite. But as I said, I think it's hugely brave to do that. So it's really wonderful for that to be accessible to us, and also for us to become active participants in this process, because we can tell Bungie what works, what doesn't. If we take time to write letters or emails or communicate, we're actually helping them to streamline whatever they feel is the best. Or, they can compare the best of intentions with the way we, as gamers, experience what's offered. Because, like in life, you mean the best, but actually it turns out to be the worst. And you need to be receptive to what people tell you, and then you are getting that degree of response from the community, and then you can tailor things. I think what we've seen with Season of the Deep, the inclusion of diving and fishing, that came directly to the community, and we've seen people doing that in some other games. Also with the leveling up, I personally was a bit frustrated that grinding the last season was lengthy, significant, arduous, but I wasn't really progressing down the route of leveling up on the seasonal ranks as fast as I could or should. So it was grindy, it was slow, but in this instance I think we're getting that degree of acceleration. Maybe it's overly accelerated, because they can always change it. They can always. We played yesterday Vanguard Strikes, Sandman and myself, and we did discover that the strikes were a lot more difficult compared to last season. So suddenly we were given the bosses that were not really taking any damage from our weapons, and I guess the weapons were not properly modded, and that's something that Bungie talked about for quite some time. They want really everybody to be collecting mods and then tailoring the armor in order to be as powerful as possible. That's not everyone's cup of tea. A lot of people who play classical shooters are not keen on that, and it does require a lot of time, a lot of grinding, and you need to have a system to which you are going to be applying the mods to the armor for your character to be as strong as possible. The thinking behind this was, if you are a raider, or if you are a person doing the pinnacle activities like Escalation Protocol or Altars of Sorrows, or we have now Battlegrounds as well. Actually, we played some Battlegrounds yesterday that was slotted into the Vanguard Strikes, which I was surprised by. You need to have adequate weapons, because you've seen, if they have certain shields, the enemies that is, the bosses, unless you have that mod, your weapon is completely ineffective, which means you cannot really cause any damage. It's a sort of approach that divided our community. I've seen people being delighted. I've seen people who are hating it. We've seen some people popping in during the last few days to my beta to tell us how much they hated Destiny 2. Well, fair enough. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. But I find it bizarre that somebody would hate the sequel so much, because the sequel does provide lots of opportunities for enjoyable, highly entertaining gameplay, but it does have some serious problems due to that experiment which I just described. Anyway, our friend says, I was keeping everyone alive with my Titan bubble, and what we played yesterday was pretty tough. I absolutely agree. That's true, because it's interesting, isn't it? When you consider how, for instance, in the past, particularly in Destiny 1, the strikes were one level, like Vanguard Strikes, right? Then you would have Sivas, then you would have Nightfall, then you would have Raid. So it's like a different degree of difficulty. And the difficulty was not being tampered with in either of those. It just stayed exactly the same. Obviously, Nightfalls were difficult, and Raids were obviously the pinnacle activity of the original game. They did have some of that in the sequel as well, for the time being, but I think in view of that community feedback, and don't forget, Destiny, together with Elder Scrolls, has one of the largest interactive communities amongst all video games, and people do take time to write, they do contact Bungie directly, and most of the times they go to moderator threads which are on Bungie's Reddit. So on Reddit you will get the main bulk of what people really think. which is never offensive or annoying, based on some sort of emotional response or frustration. It's actually people write essays on what they like and what they don't like, and that itself is very, very greatly significant. So they take this on board and then they adjust. So I think the feeling was, and my feeling was, and I did tell them this, the strikes as they were in the past were too easy. People you've seen, you have people coming in. I apologize for this. It's just annoying that Bungie keeps doing this. It's all the time the same thing, and we've got overlays. We are connected to live stream. We are actually streaming. It's not that we're idle. They also had yesterday messages on Bungie Help. So anyone who's playing the game getting these beaver and baboon error messages, you need to go to Bungie Help. You'll see that both games are experiencing quite a multitude of different errors. What the reason for that is, I've no idea, and they said they were really concerned themselves trying to resolve them as quickly as possible, but we are still getting them, so they've not been resolved. This is not the result of error, it's just the algorithm picking up that there's no movement in the game. I'm not walking, and that is what happens. Anyway, going back to the strikes, what I want to say was I felt that particularly for the random selection, if you had two people who were just after the loot, they would just speed run. They would not engage with any enemies. They'll go up front, they go to the boss, and then the strikes finished in like literally a couple of minutes. And that's not what the strikes are there for. And I think that's probably the result of some frustration, because you want to be, if you're a streamer, presenting the full strike with all the activities to people who are learning about how to do it. So, that's basically the adjustment. And our friend Sandman says there was a lot more mechanics in there. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm really surprised that they're including Battlegrounds with Vanguard Strikes, because it is a different degree of difficulty, isn't it? When you think of Battlegrounds, they really are the pinnacle activity associated with the season. But I think it's very important that the seasonal pinnacle activity is not sent to oblivion as the season ends. And you've seen, for instance, with Triumphs and the way they're doing the achievements for all the activities, they are now sort of presenting them in separation. There's one lot associated with the season per se, and then it's the other that's associated with your achievements and like Guardian games, so to speak, within the Triumphs that are not season based. So that's quite good. I have several members of our community here who are completionists. I mean, Captain Jack, he is the person who collects literally everything, and we also have our friend Paperclip, who is a complete having every single trophy, every single achievement on his PlayStation. So if you are playing Destiny, the number of achievements just grow exponentially. There are so many to be had, and some of those are very, very hard to get, I've got to say. I'm not, right from the beginning, I wasn't looking at the list and saying, we'll do this, number 1, number 2, number 3, just go down the list. I was just more interested in doing interesting activities and then collecting all the achievements as I went along. But that resulted in missing out on some significant ones because I was not paying attention. It's similar to picking up a bounty and then not working within a strike or any activity hard enough in order to complete the bounty. So you invested your glimmer, you bought the bounty, and you not completed it. Well, it's down to player preference. I think the idea behind the bounty, certainly in the sequel, is that they are giving you the capacity to level up rank-wise with seasonal content, and you're also getting some extra loot, you're getting some rewards, and you can then tailor the loot accordingly to your armor. The armor could have the mods could be enhancing your abilities. You can create 3 separate characters, Warlock, Hunter, and Titan, and each one of them can be tailored to a particular activity. I mean, I know that some people prefer Titan for Nightfall, and they prefer Hunter, just an example, for for the raids. Down to preference. I think generally it's always the best to have 3 and 3 for raiding. So have Warlock, Hunter, and Titan times double or times 2, and then you have the best possible team. Unless somebody wants to be having 3 Titans, so I don't know, it's down to a squad, down to player preference. Right, so let me see, what else have I got here? Just bear with me, I've got some messages coming in. Let me see what our friends are telling us. Bear with us. Quite curious. Right, I've got the messages in here, which in fact are still waiting for me to approach. Just bear with me a second, looking at the messages that are coming in. Lots of messages actually, it's quite good. We have messages from Mind. Somebody from Mind watched the stream and they were telling us that they wish us a very good stream, very interactive, and they hope we're going to have a good day. Well, that's great. Thanks very much for watching the stream and liking the postings on Twitter, and also sending us the best of wishes. Always appreciated. Always great to see that the charity we're supporting is also interacting with us. And as I said, I received a t-shirt yesterday. It's one t-shirt, but the bundle with all the other gifts is on its way. So once I receive it, I'll be able to present the photographs and everything to you through Twitter and Instagram, and you'll be able to see what rewards you are going to be getting if you're contributing to the works of this wonderful, very important charity, and indeed if you are donating. So okay, so we've got all of that, right? I need to connect my secondary device to the extra power charge, so bear with me, I'll be a second. Okay, so told you I had some questions from our community members, and I'll tell you now what these questions were. First of all, one person asked me, do you archive your streams? Because I can't watch them live, and I like to watch them at the time of my convenience. Well, thank you, first of all, for your kind question, and thank you for watching my streams, and thank you for participating here with our community. Yes, of course, yes. And if you are thinking of watching some of the streams on Twitch, well, make sure you watch them within a period of 2 weeks, because Twitch is providing you with the archive for 14 days. It was actually previously 3 months, and they had just downsized the access, I guess due to the space which they had available on the server. So what I do is, every single stream that I produce here live on air is then exported to YouTube. So for instance, if you, I'm not sure how long you were with our community, but if you were interested in finding out what we did during the pandemic, or if you want to find out how we supported other vulnerable people during the last 5 years, you can just go to YouTube, which is Daniel B. Miller Gaming. It's unfortunately derived from my email address, right? So it's not Daniel Miller Gaming, it's Daniel B. Miller Gaming, and you are going to be able to access all the streams that we've had over the years. Literally every one of them is there. Not a single one had been missed. Obviously, some streams have been deleted due to certain issues with the chat and what came in with people posting the links which were not allowed and that sort of thing, and trying to self-promote, do sort of things which we prohibit. and if there was a very large number of messages, sometimes they, some of those links would have snuck up, and therefore I was not able to. The moderators were not able to do this together with me to prevent them from being there, and we do not want any of that content to be on our streams. So a couple maybe overall, or there was just some streams that were slightly edited due to that. But I think generally, if I'm not mistaken, we have literally every one. No, I'm actually mistaken. The streams we don't have on YouTube are the streams that were done on Xbox through their former Mixer app, and these streams were catastrophic. The Mixer app was completely flawed. It didn't work. The picture quality was awful. Problems with the sound, and most importantly, they couldn't be easily archived because every single video you had to download to your PC and then manually upload to YouTube. So it was not possible, like with Twitch, to be just simply exporting and importing. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I can't understand for the life of me that they thought this poor quality app, which was not properly built, would be able to contest Twitch. It's beyond me to understand it. In the same way as to why, at present, we have a situation where Twitch app on Xbox does not work on the audio side of things. You can't broadcast because audio is absolutely awful. Mind you, audio is awful in PlayStation 2. I had to be increasing the volume of the mic through the PlayStation to the absolute top, which is ridiculous. And the way I come across when I talk presently on the broadcast is not the way I generally sound, and that's due to this glitch. Obviously, the glitch is affecting Xbox a lot more than PlayStation, but there's absolutely nothing whatsoever that we as streamers can do about this. I've seen so many streamers through various postings on Microsoft support forums who actually gone and bought new equipment. There were people who bought a new console. Can you imagine? Thinking it's the console having a fault and therefore they couldn't stream properly. It baffles me that somebody wants to do that, but the problem is with the app. Hard to tell why. There is certainly a possibility that Twitch favor PC streams due to various deals that they have, easier access to revenue, or the way to which they can control certain content. It's possible, and therefore the app is not functioning as it should on the consoles. They're suggesting to use Capture Card, but I'm not confident that Capture Card would really do anything. Basically, what we'll do is we'll do what we can, because obviously it is audible. People can hear what I'm saying. It's not perfect. It's very far from good. It's just poor. But still, it can be heard, and we'll stick to it. So coming back to the question, yes, all the streams are archived, and you will know from my streams that there's a lot of talking in here, both with our community and also with other participants. So the idea is certainly that we have everything kept for as long as possible, and the vast majority of people who are living in New Zealand, in Australia, in South Africa, in America, they obviously live in different time zones. They can't be always watching live what we are doing. Although I've got to tell you that there were people from Australia and New Zealand who were watching our streams, which would take place at 10, 11 o'clock a.m. UK time, and it was already 3 or 4 in the morning where they were. And I told you about Matthias. He was guiding me in order to get certain pinnacle weapons from like 2:30 in the morning, and then after we finished, he'd go to work. So, I think it's very difficult for people who are avid gamers and regular viewers to adjust if they want to be watching it live. But the biggest difference is when you watch live, it is all about live interaction. Obviously, people can watch it, the playback, but they can't really directly talk. And the greatest attraction of any form of live broadcast is that you can talk to the broadcaster and his community members directly live as they carry on. So anything that we talk about is then subject that everyone can engage with, and that's basically the greatest attraction that people have. And So yeah, so just to summarize, you can access everything on my YouTube channel. In fact, if our friend is wondering how to access it, it's easy. You go to Twitch, you go to Daniel Miller Gaming, you go to About page, and there's a tab for YouTube. You click on the tab, it's a direct link. You can't miss, and all the videos in there. You will see that the videos from before will have a variable picture quality, but if you watch them on a phone, they're bearable. But it's all about the actual audio. It's all about our content and all we talked about, and so you'll be able to get that. So on YouTube, everything is archived. So the other question is, you talked about Summer Game Fest yesterday. I caught a bit of it. Can you tell us again, what are your Summer Game Festival highlights? Well, this is a very difficult question because, quite frankly, there are many highlights of that stream. But if I'm to tell you, the first, well, two games that really kind of grabbed me, the games I'm not familiar with, I've not heard anything about them before yesterday, before Friday. That is, first of all, let me see where it is. Lies of P. Lies of P looks incredible, right? So if you have a chance, if you're on Xbox, what you can do is you can preload, and the game will come out later in the year, and then it is going to be accessible on the Game Pass day one. I can't tell you how incredibly excited I am, because this game looks so beautiful. Think of Bloodborne and the detailed gothic graphics in it within a different type of environment. I think this one is taking place in France, and I think you have, is it a robot or doll or something created, and then that creature is investigating all kinds of activities that are happening in the immediate vicinity. It just looks beautiful. It looks like a really game with a lot of interesting activities and narrative. Looks like story driven, so I'm very, very curious about it. So that for me was one of the highlights. Immediately done, preloaded I should say, and I'll get it obviously when it comes out later in the year. So that is Lies of P. If you want to know more about the game, it's a bit difficult because they were keeping it under the wraps, and we were not getting any information prior to the actual promotion on Friday. So that's one. The other game is Immortals of Avium. Again, a game I've not heard anything about, and the lead character was there with Jeff, introducing the game and telling us all about the game and everything that's going to come together with it. Again, it looked amazing, visually mouth-watering, and there were elements of Destiny and Warframe in what I've seen. So again, looter and shooter, story-driven, plenty of things to do, fantastically immersive environment, beautiful music, great-looking characters, fantastic outfits. Absolutely, yes. So that's the other game, the other highlight. Then I'm very excited about John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Not that much to do with the trailer. The trailer was very similar to what we've seen with Splatterfest, the gore with zombies. But it's John Carpenter. He is one of these legendary American horror stroke sci-fi directors, and he also is a terrific, very versatile musician. So I'm very interested to see how the music will be incorporated in the game and what sort of story they'll have and how everything will work, because this is the first outing of John Carpenter's into the video gaming business or industry, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the first outing of any American well-known legendary film director into this sort of niche areas of the industry. So that's again like pioneering, and I'm curious to see whether it will have seasonal content and everything else, and also want to see how much John Carpenter has been fully involved. But I believe that he actually has been involved in full, because I've heard him talk about it already for quite a while. So definitely very excited about that. As I said, it's more to do with him being involved than what I've seen through the trailer. Then I'm very excited about Black Desert. I want to see the new content that will be coming in. Black Desert is very similar to Elder Scrolls Online, and has lots of beautiful characters. Customization there is second to none. It doesn't work too well on consoles, much better on PCs, and you can customize the character to look so incredible, so beautiful, with so many different bits of armor, gear, and everything, and excited about that. Then I have, of course, Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake, a terrific game, the original, and the chap from Remedy, the game, and provided us with some gameplay and some trailers, and that looked really absolutely awesome. Like I said yesterday, for me it was the mixture of Twin Peaks meeting Silence of the Lambs, and maybe a bit of Silent Hill. So if you like those films and television series, think about it. Twin Peaks, Silent Hill, Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs, because a lot of it will be taking place indoors, and it's a bit like when you have the sequence in that film with I'm trying to think. I think it's the killer who's wearing night goggles, and he sort of walks through the basement, can't see anything much, and then eventually gets eliminated. Well, you get that sort of, well, from the trailer I picked up on some of it. It looks very similar. You have FBI agents wearing the same sort of FBI jackets, blue jackets with the big FBI letters on the back, and you also have the characters popping up that resemble the creatures from Silent Hill. So that was the first thing. On the other hand, we know that the game is really story driven, and very excited about this. He didn't want to give away anything. He said, you need to really have a look at the game and see. He did say that there are going to be some connections to the original, and then we'll have many other elements which are basically like a standalone game, and I'm curious to see how this is going to work. And I think that's always the best approach. There are some references, but you can play the sequel without actually being involved with the original game. Makes it easier, makes it more commercial, makes it more interesting for the newcomers, because don't forget, the other game had been released already about more than 10 years ago, and there is going to be a different generation of gamers coming in and having a look at the sequel. So I'm very excited about this. And let me see, I'm also excited about Final Fantasy, and we have Final Fantasy now given to us on mobile phone, so that's the new thing. And let me see, that was called Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, and that is now accessible from Friday on iOS and Android. So if you are a Final Fantasy player, if you're really interested in what that's going to look like on your handheld device, then you can try it straight away. You can download it and you can play it. The closed beta sign up is up and running, and you have it from June the 8th to June the 28th, so 20 days altogether, and definitely worth catching. And then also the end of the stream of the presentation was also about Final Fantasy, or based on the new clip that we've seen, and that's called Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So it's basically an extra inclusion, DLC in the chapter introduced to the remade version of Final Fantasy VII. You will recall that Final Fantasy VII is, or has been voted as, the best game in the series, or the most popular. Therefore, they've taken a lot of time working on it initially before presenting it as a fully fledged product, the Final Fantasy VII remake, and now we are getting extra content. So I'm very excited about that. I think anyone who's a fan of the series will tell you that anything that comes from the studio there is definitely always eagerly awaited and greatly expected. So we just wait and see what happens, and we are very, very excited about what we've seen. Sadly, there are lots of people who complained about the presentation. They thought this was all flawed. There wasn't many enough titles. They weren't good enough. And one title that received a lot of flack on various platforms immediately after it was presented was the new Prince of Persia. And the complaints were about the visuals, about the music. They thought, how on earth can you be having rap music within a game that's basically like a period piece? Well, I guess it's a legitimate concern, and obviously they want to commercialize and monetize the aspects of the game. So with rap, particularly with songs and maybe some emotes, that would be providing the opportunity to sell different bundles, but it doesn't really gel. And then there were some other concerns about the characters they've seen, the design, and it just seems strange. I just, I don't know really as to why people are so angry, but the actual response was incredibly big. So very many negative comments, and very many people responding and saying that this was absolutely not something they were expecting. On the other hand, they were expecting the title of the game, but they didn't expect that sort of those sorts of visuals. So I think probably more than any other game we've seen in terms of that flack, it's like a very negative response. And actually, Prince of Persia opened the whole of the ceremony. We've had that trailer, The Lost Crown, given to us right at the beginning. Well, I've not played Path of Exile at all. I've looked at it, so I can't really comment on the level of excitement. I know that lots of people who played Path of Exile, and it's usually people who play Diablo, for instance, they're very excited about what they've seen. It's a tiny little clip, so it was just like a teaser taster, but good enough for people to feel excited. And obviously, you know that very many people are very excited about Mortal Kombat. For me, Mortal Kombat is too violent. It's grotesque violent. In that gameplay they screened on Friday, there is a weapon which sort of dismembers the person into bits. It's like a circular saw, and I don't see the need for that degree of brutality to be present in such games. I guess they're just capitalizing on the degree of gore which is presented. Just think about Destiny. If Destiny had something like this, it'd just be off-putting, right? Wouldn't really blend in with the rest of the game. And I quite liked Mortal Kombat in the earlier days. There was always a lot of fighting, but it didn't have that degree of violence and gore. So I have a problem with this, and therefore I'm not particularly excited. I mean, I've looked at other Mortal Kombat games that came out over the last decade, and beautiful animations, and you had characters like Rambo and Schwarzenegger, Terminator coming in as obviously very funny and very entertaining, but it's the degree of gore which I do not particularly like, and I need to look into it. Maybe there's a way through which you can switch it off on the game. It's possible, but what we've seen the other day was excessively brutal. I don't remember seeing anything as brutal in a major light presentation for quite some time. Dead by Daylight I don't play. I mean, it's an interesting survival game and people are excited about Nicolas Cage being in it. But as I said, for me the games I mentioned, so that's Final Fantasy, that is Lies of P, that is, where is it now? Immortals of Avium, and then into Toxic Commando. So these are the ones, and Alan Wake, of course. Well, it's quite a few, isn't it? It's about at least half a dozen. Obviously, I'm quite interested in Baldur's Gate. I'm interested in Spider-Man. I'm interested in Warhaven, Wayfinder, Dying Light, Stay Human. Also, they were introducing some interesting DLC and add-on. Remnant. The list just goes on and on. I really also, two games that I had some concerns about. One was the brutality of Mortal Kombat. The other is virtual reality, Crossfire. I don't really know whether I want to be playing Crossfire, which is like Warzone, with that headset on, because it becomes far too real. And just think about the adrenaline, think about the excitement, and think about the anxiety people will be having about walking through a minefield or being sniped at and all this, because it becomes very real. Still, the VR is not as well developed as it probably will be in the future. But if you've seen Catherine Bigelow's film Strange Days, where people are watching clips of other people's experiences, well, I think the very advanced VR is very close to that. And I'm not sure whether I would want to be playing State of Decay or Resident Evil within that setup. Maybe it would be very cool, and it does have a very major emotional impact on the gamer. Games are similar to films, right? You've seen that in films they were introducing 3D, and it was hyped up like 15 years ago, and we had quite a few films coming out, but actually in the longer run it didn't sell. People resorted to watching films on 2D, and people complained about the tech, that the problems were with the tech being not as advanced as it should be, so the picture was slightly soft, the experience of, you know, the 3D was not as good as it should be, etc., etc. I don't think that's the reason. Film is a medium based on 2D, and you have that frame which is on the screen, and that frame defines it as something which is different to everyday life experience. So you're not living it, you are comparing your own life experience, your fantasies, your inner imaginary world with the characters, with the story, with the environment that is watched on that screen. The lights go out, the lights come on, and you are connecting with it at the time when you are in cinema. So, you know, the actual frame defines the fact this is not real. This is just like a way through which we interpret reality. And that's the key thing with video games. The games are exactly the same, right? You come in, you fight a war there with Warzone. Lots of soldiers play Warzone. Lots of soldiers play Call of Duty, and some play PUBG. They'll tell you it's great fun, but that's nothing like what we do in real life. And I think that needs to be strongly re-emphasized. As younger people who were not involved with some of these activities will get a very wrong impression. The other thing is being able to play games in order to divorce from everyday ills, pressures and stresses is most important, because this is the favorite method of entertainment at present for 4 billion people. And obviously to play games for one reason: to be away from everyday pressures and ills, and also to communicate to others. The interactive forums such as Twitch or any other multiplayer with comms is giving that opportunity. So, you know, if you have a lot of stresses at work, or, you know, within your family environment, you play a game for 2 hours and you talk to people who live in Iceland, South Africa, New Zealand, America, Russia, Germany, Portugal, Britain. You just connect with them. You talk about their situation, about their everyday issues, and your mindset is then greatly helped, because you're no longer preoccupied on the pressure and the stress which you feel every single minute of the day to do with what's happening in your own environment. So it's got very significant therapeutic, social therapeutic impact, which can help people sleep, relax, get entertained, and make new friendships. So it's very, very important. I don't think that this would be as pronounced or as good if we were doing it exclusively in that virtual reality environment. I think lots of people would be more preoccupied with the danger. Obviously, it depends on the game you play, right? Play Animal Crossing, play Pokemon, may not be the same impact as Warzone or Resident Evil, but I think people are more preoccupied with their own experience of what's about to get them, you know? Therefore, there would be less of that interaction and communication as you go along. There may be after you finish a match and you talk afterwards. I guess I'm just speculating. I have some concerns about the whole experience being overly realistic and too real, because the benefit of being involved with the alternative reality, with this imaginary world which is provided within like a two-dimensional screen, does have its own benefits, which obviously we observed, and it is attractive to 4 billion people worldwide. Right, so that's the answer to that question. Let me see what else we've got here. How are you finding the new Destiny season? Was another question. That was from a member who is communicating with me through Reddit, so it wasn't. Well, I've not as much. It's been now, we're moving towards the 4th week, so 3 weeks have gone by, but what I've seen so far has been very, very interesting. It's been hectic. I liked some of the inclusions that I've seen, such as fishing and diving. Most importantly, I feel they're working on the integration of the story with the activities, and they're really paying a lot of attention to this. So it is actually getting better as we go along compared to the attempts in Shadowkeep and Beyond Light, because, you know, Beyond Light, they said, oh, that's going to be really kind of tying in everything. What did happen in Beyond Light is that we had segments to which we would go to some of the NPCs and then they would have a conversation amongst each other, and you will learn something about either a clash or a battle that you survived. You learn something about new enemies or the new direction you are going to be taking. It's very similar to the RPGs, right? Because you have NPCs that keep telling you lots of different things about whatever goes on in the game, be it minor or major. And that was the first step, and I think ever since that began to integrate the whole thing even more. I personally would like to see more dialogue so that we can talk directly and ask questions. You know, the consequential decision making type of process. Would this not be great if you had a situation similar to Mass Effect, you know, with the final battle, where Shepard needs to decide whether he wants to save the world or, you know, just save himself? Would it not be great if you had that sort of decision making attached to different activities here, like for instance raids in particular, and then Nightfall? Because if you took that decision, it could affect what kind of gear you can access, what kind of powers you can have, what, you know. I'd like to see that sort of thing being integrated. Obviously that's not really the fingerprint of Bungie's. They've never worked on that degree of consequential interactivity, but I'd like to see it. Coming back to the question, what I do like is that the ranking up is accelerated, so it's not as grindy, so that's pretty good. And also all the activities are very handsomely rewarded, so you're getting lots of different loot. But I think the main excitement is about the story and the inclusion, because we played now 3 story missions, and I think they're very good, particularly from the point of view that they're including Drifter more than usual into the whole situation. A lot of people think Drifter is very similar to Cayde. He's a very likable, very interesting, funny, entertaining, highly lovable type of character. And I thought also the last week's story mission, this week's story mission I should say, with that servitor is very tricky. It is similar to what you have with Battlegrounds, particularly when you get to the final section where the servitor has got the other small ones that are protecting it. So you need a team. You can't do it all by yourself. You need to have a team in there that's operating well, and again, all the activity first of all being tied into the story, then being tied into the community-based activity, i.e. needing a team or other people to come in. I like that. I want to see more of that story-driven, campaign-based type of content, because that will keep the game alive in the long term. I think generally the games that do not have that, if you're considering the way things are in the gaming industry, they will not be able to survive in the long term. And I think that's probably the decision they've taken. They thought, well, the concept of the original game certainly wouldn't survive for longer than 5 years if you were to be competing with the other heavyweights. And the big game coming out, and we hear all about it tomorrow, is Starfield. Starfield. So we are going to be excited, and then we need to see, whether it's similar to Mass Effect, whether they will have different types of activities, or it's hard to predict. But I certainly think the competition will definitely unravel as Starfield comes out between Destiny and Bethesda. That's my opinion, and I think Starfield may have elements of Fallout, may have elements of Mass Effect, may have elements of the Outer Worlds, but what I've seen so far indicates a game that is very strategic, very tactical, very beautifully designed, the game that has this sort of aura of experience of the environment. You come in and you want to see every single plant, every single tree, every single animal, explore every one of them, and that will be its greatest strength. On the other hand, we need to see what format the game is going to be when it comes out, and also whether it is fully developed. I mean, we've seen now that Shot in the Dark with Arkane Studios working for Bethesda, but I think it's significantly different because Arkane Studios belong to that umbrella group, and Starfield is basically Todd Howard's brainchild, and we know that he's been involved with all the other games, and none of them failed. There were some problems with the new concept of Fallout with Fallout 76, but they, after a few months, made it a bit more amicable. But still, it is always going to be different if you're migrating from a single player game to multiplayer, and there will be technical issues. It's just natural. It's just the way it is with these kinds of games. yeah, so these are the things I'm excited about Destiny. All right, so the third question is not games related. It is related to our fundraising campaign. And our friend here had said, I'd like to know how I can donate. He didn't specify what donations he was having in mind, but I believe the donations he's referring to are the donations for our charities in support of our charitable fundraising here on the channel, which is from now on going to be permanent. So it's not something, it's new, but it will be here for as long as I do the broadcasting. Well, there's two different types of donations. First of all, if you want to support our charities, in this instance, you want to support Mind Charity UK, you can donate simply by clicking on Tiltify link. You can do so during our streams. In fact, I'll put the link on straight away when I finish my description in here. You can obviously click on the link when it's displayed in the chat, but you can also access it on my About page. The link is there, and it's like permanently there for anybody who wants to be donating. You click on the link, you enter Tiltify profile of Daniel Miller Gaming, and on the profile you have all the information about the charity. That's Mind Charity UK. Then you have information about myself and what I'm doing in order to fundraise. Then you have a lot of information about Tiltify, if you want to be involved, for instance, become part of the campaign one way or the other, or any other campaign as it goes. And then you have also the stream in there, which is fully integrated. So it's a very, very good way of integrating all those things together. In order to donate, you will click on the link where it says donate, and the actual page will pop up. It's obviously done through Tiltify. It goes through a secure server, and it's encrypted, so it's 100% secure in exactly the same way as you would have it with PayPal or Amazon payments or Google payments, no difference whatsoever. And then money which you donate, however big or small, will go directly to Tiltify. It's Tiltify that will deal with the revenue, and eventually, once the campaign finishes, they will deliver all the revenue without any commissioning to the charity concerned. So it's straightforward. You know, it's similar to what people do when they put shillings and pence into those red tins, which we shake out when we do like street-based fundraising. It's just that it's done on a global scale and in a way which is applicable to this sort of very interactive environment. The other thing that we have here is donating in order to support the channel. That's been on the channel from the beginning, but I did not really talk much about it because it was purely voluntary, and you know, it was just literally low-key. But as we carry on, the costs of the channel and everything else linked excuse me, and everything else connected to our broadcasting is costing, and the costs have gone up and up. So I've got like a new router, new internet connection, new consoles, new overlays, new third-party input, new moderators. All of that is costing, and obviously, in order to be able to suffice this, there will have to be some degree of contribution from the community, because otherwise it'll be difficult to fund, and the funds obviously are sizable. So the other section, when it comes to how to donate, is to do with the support of this channel. So you can donate to support what we do here, and that's not just supporting myself personally or the running costs. It's also supporting our community, because the community is here every day in order to connect, to chat, to support, and there are many benefits arising from our regular gatherings, many of which are already described. The biggest one of which was the streams during the pandemic, which did go on for almost 18 months. And I sort of downsized after that, because I was very tired, considering that we had everyday streams which were lengthy and lots of people participating. And also I wanted to get a much better internet connection, because the internet speed was affecting not just the quality of the video on Twitch streams, but also the actual playability in PvP. You have very poor upload, you're not really able to hide enemies, and also your shots don't register properly or in time. So lots of issues attached to this. I resolved this. I've got now the speeds which are adequate to all of this, and definitely a major improvement. But that all together comes with cost, cut and story short, you can donate then by clicking on donate, supporting the channel, which is called tipping. People call it buy us a coffee, or voluntary donations, or they have all kinds of different phrases for different hubs, but tipping is what they have as a phrase, or like a jargon for supporting the channel through Twitch and all other streaming networks. So the way to do it is to go to About page, and it tells you right at the beginning, if you wish to support the channel, you can do so here. You click on that. Again, you will get Stream Elements page. It's not that I'm handling the payments or anything like this. Stream Elements that run the funding of those which are being supported by the community through PayPal. Again, you have the choice to enter as much as or as little as you wish, and every single shillings and pence contributed will be highly appreciated. In the instance of fundraising for charities, by every single person who is working for that charity and every single person who is services, because by investing or raising the public profile or talking about it to other friends and eventually donating a few pounds here and there, you are going to be enabling these services to survive, and you're going to be helping those people's lives to be saved. So it's absolutely fantastic. It's like really incredible. It's very noble, it's very considerate, very caring, and very much in sync with the needs of our local communities. If you're donating in order to support myself and this channel, then you are helping the community to thrive, to grow, to carry on, and also helping for these basic bills to be paid. So it's quite simple, and I would appreciate it if you can spare a few shillings and pence, because that will help us to carry on over a very long period of time. Without a degree of support, well, we'll have to see. Anyway, so this is the two ways to which you can be donating, and our friend in here had indicated he was wanting to do that. So if you're listening or if you are accessing this on playback, these are the ways to which you can obviously help both the charities and also myself. Two of these donations are completely different, they're completely separate, they're done for a completely different reason. Both are voluntary, both are charitable, right? So there's non-profit, there's no any kind of idea of amalgamating revenue included. And one for the charities goes to Tiltify, so it's Tiltify that processes the funds and does everything financially, and the other is the Stream Elements, who also do the same for Twitch streamers. So it's fairly straightforward. Right, so the next question, why are you doing charitable fundraising here? Well, thank you for asking this. This is a very good question. You probably have not been here the other day, where I described the reasons as to why I think this sort of fundraising is incredibly important, also within this format, providing us with new opportunities to raise profile, to talk about the issues, to get people together. It's simple. We have 4 billion, not million, but billion gamers worldwide getting engaged and playing video games. I mean, get engaged with your gaming. I keep saying getting engaged, it's ridiculous. And some are getting engaged to other streamers and to other community members. I can tell you, for instance, Avery, who is one of my favorite streamers, she met her now husband through her work as a streamer, and they became a very, very successful business partnership as well, in addition to the marriage. And I've just watched today, when I was doing my news, a few clips that she was putting on, and she's constantly reworking the channel and the focus of her broadcasts. And her husband is a professional fashion and media photographer, and they can do things together very well, obviously by the use of the kit that he's got and everything. But it's more to do with the mindset and what she wants to be presenting. So she's gone down the route of being a top-notch PvP gamer, shooter, playing Apex and particularly Warzone, PUBG, to doing different types of media clips, which also combine her streams with, for instance, talking to people out on the street and asking them about certain issues. And she was sort of spreading the wings elsewhere, yet making it very connected to the basics. I'm really, really impressed. And like I said, She would have not been doing this today had she not been a streamer. Originally she was a model, and she just migrated to different areas of operation, did everything very successfully, and really, I mean, her streams are very funny, and she's just very interactive and literally on the ball, at all times when it comes to talking to community members and participating in various other forums. And it's just that degree of creativity and versatility which certainly grabbed me. And it's basically that sort of connection that is bringing benefits to literally everyone involved, because in her life, had she not been doing the streams, she would have not been married today to the same person, who actually, from what we could see, is a perfect match for her, and vice versa. So yeah, really, like a really big streamer's happy story, which is what we want to see. We did see some of those stories presented at TwitchCons, and there were people, on stage telling the world as to how they met and as to why they found that the streaming or community-based participation was fundamental to the choices. And so if you consider all of that, you can see that there's this huge force built from within the community that can be channeled. Obviously, you can channel it to do something terrible, and that is what we absolutely do not want to see anywhere at any time by anyone. And I really, always talk about this. You want to be using the force present, the quantity, the sheer number of minds involved, for doing something positive, beneficial, forward-thinking, that will be bringing benefits to the humanity, or other people in your community, your own family, or anyone who you come across. So that is the reason as to why I think that video gaming and streaming on different platforms is giving us that opportunity to raise the profile, to talk about the issues, to do something noble, to generate funds, and to create a change in the areas where that change is required. I'll give you an example. That's the main reason. There's no other reason. And obviously, being a senior mental health professional, a person who's been involved with charities and charitable fundraising all of my life, I find this to be a fantastic opportunity that will introduce the very best of charities that we have in our country to people who live elsewhere. Because don't forget, we have those charities. They're very beneficial to our communities, but that's not the same in many other countries. Other countries need to get introduced to this, and they need to learn from us or from the charities in every way imaginable, from as to why the charities are necessary, to how they're integrated within the, let's say, health sector or within the wider sort of community, and how they operate, how they're funded, how, for instance, there are systems, procedures, and various government departments that would prevent fraud from taking place when it comes to funding and investment and the overall support and everything else, ins and outs of what really is incredibly important, so they can learn from us and they can then develop such charities in their own place, in their own country, in their own city, town, village, the local environment, that will be then catering for the local community. So, I know that some countries on the continent, they have associations, but it's not the same thing. Association is a group of people that gets together and they do things voluntarily without any sort of financial support. They get some individual donations. That's not the same thing. This is just an association of enthusiasts and people who believe in a good cause. This is not a private company. A private company that works day and night to deliver services for those in the need and supporting the good causes is something completely different, because it is a private company, right? A company will have policies, rules, procedures, and everything else, which are part and parcel of what you do. But these companies don't work for profit. They don't work in order to be having significant financial gains. They work for the good causes. They work for the benefit of the people in the local community. And therefore, they will receive benefits from the government, like, for instance, tax-free turnovers and many other things, which are going to be helping them in order to facilitate the professional services that they provide to people who live in their sort of cities, towns, villages, and their immediate environment. So that is very important, and I think I want to share that experience and the reasons as to why we find these private companies to be as significant with everyone. So that's the add-on, you know. But I still think within the gaming world, we have so many different people who are kind of looking for direction, and they are obviously doing the gaming in order to be entertained, in order to be involved with others, sharing the same interests from around the world, and you know, there's a huge potential, there's a huge opportunity. I watched Michael Grzesiak, otherwise known as Shroud, one of the top PvP players, who was running his stream, and he had like a community-based session, picked up on a few people who are very, very vulnerable in his local community, and he asked his viewers, and you know, his community is very sizable, probably more than 1 million people. He said, well, this young lady, she's a single mother, and she lost a job, and she's facing homelessness. She needs your help. And tip, and you know, tip directly to her. She was running some sort of online campaign for whatever support people can offer. It was astonishing to see what revenue was coming in from all sorts of parts of the world, from different parts of the world, from all sorts of people, because they really supported the good cause that Grzesiak, i.e. Shroud, was promoting, and they trusted him because they knew who he was, how honest, straightforward, dedicated he was. And he was not he isn't your typical wannabe celebrity or superstar streamer or anything like this. He's just a completely laid-back, ordinary guy who absolutely loves what he's doing, and who is also keeping in mind the good causes. Being from a family where hardship was experienced, and you know, he knows what this is like. So at the end of the day, running it like that is providing that opportunity, and it's going to be helping somebody's life. So that's the reason, and these are the reasons that I think everyone who is a streamer should consider this, instead of selling fizzy drinks or promoting, you know, bras and underwear and stuff. Obviously, people have different reasons as to why they want to be doing the streams. They require funds. Everything costs. People think Twitch is for free. Well, true. You don't have to pay anything directly to Twitch, and all the other things in order for you to be able to stream. Like, for instance, an expensive gaming PC will cost you several £1,000s. So that's not free of charge. The internet will cost. The power will cost, you know, the electricity, and you have other things to pay for if you're using third-party providers, moderators, overlays, add-ons. You need to pay the companies that are facilitating the payments, and etc., etc. I understand people will try to make some revenue somewhere in order to cover the costs, or indeed to make some money, as is the case with those who are partnered with big firms. But I just want to ask others: consider this. You are partnered with big firms. You may be making some revenue there. But think about those people in your local community who are vulnerable, who will need your support, like, for instance, what Shroud did, and you can really help them. So that for me is the way forward, and I just wish that other people would also get to that degree of awareness. Obviously, we are running this as a pioneering project here in Britain, and I will try to really connect as much as possible through podcasts and social networking and various other platforms. You know, this is just testing it. It's 2 weeks of beta test. We'll see what this is like after about 3 or 4 months, as we go ahead with our full stream with the regular schedule and everything else. So, and as I said, I will be connecting with all other platforms in order to raise the profile. So we'll see what the overall impact is going to be. And most importantly, I wish to stress that our community participants and people who are both watching and communicating and sometimes playing games online with us can also help by raising the profile, by doing the news, by supporting my campaign. And it doesn't have to be my campaign, it could be any other campaign, as long as it is focused on the good charitable causes. You will help everyone. I just wish that young people in our local communities would also embrace the idea, because I think, well, in my personal experience, the ability to communicate so easily and through our handheld devices did create some degree of alienation amongst younger people, and we've seen that the comms, the gatherings, the overall social activities are being run on different principles. I'm not saying they're bad or good. They're just very different. And there is a group of people who find it difficult to connect with others due to the overall tech being involved in very basic communication. So all these things have got to be looked at. We need to be helping others to create new bridges, to make new connections, to make sure that they're not feeling isolated, alone, or as in some cases bullied or tormented by others just because they do not fit in or they look different, or there could be some other elements which cause that degree of harassment. And we just want to make sure that the comms, the overall connectivity is pleasant, amicable, regular, that people can connect without any form of pressure at any time, and then use the comms and use these forums for something which is going to be of benefit to everyone. Next question. What is Gamers for Mental Health? Can I join in? Is there a fee? Well, 3 questions in one, and I really thank our community member for asking these questions. I'm very, very grateful, and definitely all 3 questions are very highly significant. In fact, one of them is really connecting with what I've just described about, do you need to pay in order to be a member of the community? Well, absolutely not. So coming back to the first question, hashtag Gamers for Mental Health is the one I introduced during my beta, and it is a hashtag that will stay here with the channel for the rest of my days. Like I said, I believe that there is a huge power that we have as gamers worldwide if we run our communities and well connected. And the idea is to be introducing this degree of awareness of people's mental health. I've come across quite a large number of people who are constantly complaining how bad their mental health is, and they are streamers and gamers. And I think it's fundamental for all of us in the community, particularly for us who are professionals from that field, to connect with those people suffering and point them into the right direction. Being an insomniac, being not able to sleep because you are tormented by certain issues that are plaguing your everyday existence, will not be helped if you run 24-hour streams or if you are streaming at night. So you got streaming as a platform to which you can actually make yourself more engaged. You can turn your life around and you can feel a lot better by being supported by others, but not to be doing it in a way which is going to work in reverse. Do you see what I mean? So you've got a platform that can provide you benefits, but actually do it in a way which is making it worse. Because obviously, if you're streaming all night long, you're not going to be able to get the regular, biological, steady pattern of sleep, and that will be affecting everything else. So that's one of the things I spotted straight away, and I helped some of the people, connected with them and talked to them outside of this forum, and they're very grateful because they realized how, for instance, using something else from the platform or approaching it in a different fashion will actually enhance the emotional health. First of all, a good night's sleep will provide them with a lesser quantity of physical tension, which is biological, less tiredness, because tiredness also causes behaviors which are not particularly pleasant. If you're tired, you can be a bit more impatient, you can feel really haggard, you feel groggy, lack of energy, all these sorts of things. So the thing is, Gamers for Mental Health, we play games, we connect with our communities, and then we help. And we talk about these issues. Obviously people writing about their mental health on Twitter are brave because they're talking about something personal, and the personal issues are being shared with strangers, with unknown people. Sometimes it is easier to do it like that than ask for help in your own immediate environment, like from parents, relatives, brothers and sisters, siblings, whatever. We know as to why that is, because these issues are private and people are feeling under pressure, and the issues could be intimate. Therefore, talking to somebody who's very close in your environment, in your community, could feel very difficult, perhaps embarrassing. But when you see those postings on Twitter, or sometimes on Instagram, but Twitter probably more than any other forum that I've seen, make sure you engage with this person in a way which is constructive and positive and help them, because they're doing something brave, and they are telling you about, the innermost difficulties they're experiencing. So the gaming forum gain is there in order to enhance somebody's understanding and awareness, and most importantly to the comms, to connect with others in order to enhance their overall health and well-being. So coming back to what that is, it's basically a forum through which people will unite in order to help others who are suffering on the front, suffering in terms of their mental health. So that's Gamers for Mental Health. It can also be that people who had suffered, managed to overcome difficulties, became gamers and became very successful streamers, can be excellent facilitators because they've gone through the process, they've gone through the group work, they know what this is like, and they can connect with others in order to point them in the right direction. So there's a multitude of different types of possibilities which can come from such community. Like any other support group which is set up, it's dependent on the membership. So if you have a mixture of people who have gone through the difficulties with also mental health professionals and also the streamers, you will have the very best of benefits. Can you join in? Absolutely. You can join in at any time. So absolutely it is free to join at any time, and what's very important, if you are joining us, you will see that the whole project is called Gaming Dialogues. It's Daniel Miller Gaming Dialogue or D.A.B. Miller Gaming Dialogue, and it's all about talking. So if you join in, use the chat, talk, stand on a box, speak your mind out, tell us everything that is on your mind, right? Make it as interactive as possible. We have certain tasks here, as I said, connecting to the gamers community, learning about games, the news, and the new titles and everything else, our community, our interactions, what we do here. But the other is being knowledgeable, connecting and talking about mental health and anything which is associated with it. That includes biological health. Make no mistake, we are biological beings. So make sure that you are basically connecting with either, and that is the best way to join. Is there a fee? Absolutely not. None. At any time. Any donations are voluntary. There are contributions which will be helpful for myself personally, the channel and the community, for us to be able to pay the bills and the costs which are attached to this. And the charitable foundation, charitable fundraising is going to be extremely beneficial to the charities which are being supported by this channel and our community. So presently it's the charity, the British charity called Mind, the charity that helps people who are experiencing mental health difficulties, and we know they are professional. They have many well-educated people who work for them as well as volunteers, provide lots of different forums, provide individual and group therapy, as well as specifically built, designed events for people to be helped, as well as fundraising. So absolutely the very best within the field, and that is exactly what we want to be supporting. So no fee at any time. As I said, everything is charitable, and that is the way it is always going to be. There's no commercial profit-making element. I'm not saying that running a channel that to have that commercial profit-making element is wrong. Absolutely not. People build their businesses, startups that turn into massive companies. We've seen that many, many times. It's fantastic. But what we do here is different. It is charitable and it's educational. We have a person here popping in asking us, Rhiannon. Hi Rhiannon, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us. Really appreciate your comments and what you said. Rhiannon is asking, how come you still play Destiny 1 over Destiny 2? Well, actually not. I played Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 at the same time. And it is the same way that many of our community members are approaching both of the titles. So, we have Destiny 1 as the foundation and Destiny 2 as the next step, with all the options, all the varieties and everything that is given to us for that vast, massive Destiny 2 universe. I enjoy playing both games. I love our Destiny universe. No problem with me swinging from one to the other. And the only tricky thing is, like I was saying yesterday, if I'm going from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2, I'm still operating within an autopilot, with the bounties or synths. I forgot about synths yesterday, for instance, so our friend reminded us Playmore UK, don't forget to use your synths, because you're doing a Nightfall all by yourself. You need more ammunition, and synth will obviously give you more ammunition. And I just forgot about that because I've not played it for a little while. So there's no preference really. I'd say the both games are very different, and I enjoy playing them both with my community. I don't enjoy playing Destiny by myself. It's a game similar to Elder Scrolls Online, where you really want to be fully connected with the other guys who are doing it together with you. And also the tasks, like certain strikes, certain activities, particularly on the pinnacle side of things, like more difficult parts of the game, they're being created in order to be played with a team. So that is what I really enjoy. So thank you really for asking a question. And what about you, Rhiannon? Are you playing Destiny 1 still, or are you just doing Destiny 2? Are you doing the season? What are you currently experiencing in the new season? What are the pros and cons? What you like, what you dislike? I'd just like to hear. We have Alpha Baker PS, who is joining us and following the channel. Thanks very much to Alpha Baker for being our supporter and the new member of our community. Hope you will enjoy all you see here. Hope you'll enjoy that, all of our discussions and chats, as well as our gameplay. We have plenty of that in here. Sometimes there are more chats than gameplay, and at other times it's the other way around. It does depend on the overall community engagement, and also it depends on what I get overnight. What messages come in, and really sometimes it's based on the big events, like we had Summer Game Festival on Friday, and it's still carrying on. So I'll be talking quite a lot about whatever is happening in there, because it's affecting the gaming community for the rest of the year. It's just the big thing. The Summer Game Festival actually this year is a bit like E3. Like, all the presentations and all the showcases are there, and very important for anyone who's a fan of video gaming to know exactly what's going on. So once again, thanks to Alpha Baker for joining us. I can see Alpha Baker PS. I guess you're on PlayStation. Well, I'm on PlayStation. I'm on Xbox. I'm on PC. I'm on Android. So can swing from one to the other accordingly. The only problem we have at the moment is that the Twitch app, which we use for streaming on consoles, had been updated and it doesn't work properly. So it causes many audio problems, and something that is really very much of concern. I've talked about it quite a bit. And I have the last question in here. I have so many questions today. My God, I'm 2 hours and 20 minutes really of our community content. But don't forget, this channel is all about community. So really great to see that people are asking questions and popping in and saying hello. Because guess what? We are not speedrunning. We are not doing anything competitive in here. And Bungie is never asleep. And Bungie does not recognize that what I'm doing in here is actually fully active. I've been booted out 2 times today due to the Bungie algorithms not detecting my overlays and not detecting what I'm actually saying. I apologize for this, but it's Bungie for you. Also, for all of you who are watching and playing Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, there is a major alert coming from Bungie. Yesterday, lots of error messages kept popping up in the both games. I couldn't go back to the tower in Destiny 1, and they indicated that there are serious technical problems which they're trying to resolve. So if you're getting the error messages such as Baboon, Beaver, and some of these, it is nothing to do with your system. It's to do with their service, and they will try obviously to resolve that as quickly as possible. I'm quite curious to see once we get in the gameplay whether I'm going to be able to get back to the tower, because yesterday I couldn't pick up any bounties or anything. It was just like getting that Baboon and Beaver error messages all the time. Anytime we've gone to the tower, we'd be just like kicked out and brought back into the orbit. So it's just ridiculous. The last question I have here from our community members is, I guess this is in view of our descriptions and reports on Summer Games Festival. The question is, what game are you most excited about? And by that I mean, what forthcoming game? Well, yet another very difficult question. It is very difficult to say what game would be most exciting. I think if you asked me this question before Friday, I would have said Starfield, because that certainly is the game I anticipated for 10 years, and I'm a huge fan of Destiny, and most importantly Mass Effect, my favorite game. Looks like a merger of the Outer Worlds, Destiny and Mass Effect, maybe a bit of Halo, and I can't just wait to see what game's like. It looked amazing on trailers and some of the bits I've seen. Tomorrow we'll have the biggest presentation after the Xbox showcase, and there are going to be people from Bethesda telling us all about the game, so that's going to be the big thing, because the game needs to come out, if I'm not mistaken, in the autumn. They've not fixed the date yet. It will come out on Xbox, day one release on Game Pass, so no need to be purchasing it. If you are a subscriber, you'll be able to play it straight away. That game is #1 game that I'm most excited about. So that is Starfield, right? Bethesda's new title. Then if we are looking at the rest of the titles, let me think. BioWare games, they're not really coming out immediately, but I know that they're working on the next Dragon Age and on the next Mass Effect 5. Well, that first of all will be always my utmost priority. You know, the greatest excitement is going to be about any Mass Effect related content. In the same way as I was excited about Mass Effect Legendary, that I think is a fantastic game. It's really one of the best that we've ever seen. And for anyone who played the trilogy on 360 or when it came out, the Legendary is just raising the bar. Fantastic graphics, beautifully remastered, looking very contemporary, state of the art. The sound completely re-recorded, very immersive, fantastic storytelling, and most importantly, in the Legendary, you're getting all the DLC. Most people who purchased Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 had not bought the DLC for various reasons, and the entire DLC, with the exception of the one that was part of the original Mass Effect 1 release, due to technical issues they couldn't really slot it in. all of the rest is fully included. So I played it last year. I finished it recently. I played for about 12 months roughly, and I completed literally almost everything. I still have a few side missions left on Mass Effect 3, but everything else has been completed. And I can't tell you how many hours I spent there. It must have been 600-700 hours, something like that. But it's like a regular, everyday, couple of hours gameplay. You know, you kind of progress forward bit by bit, and I'm very methodical with that game because the side quests are unlocking extra missions and extra content. So it's very important you talk to everyone, and you always complete all the tasks. Some are quite difficult, some are hard to find, but you know, being a full completionist in Mass Effect is absolute priority for me. Anyway, coming back to it, so BioWare games, so that's Mass Effect 5 and the next Dragon Age. Then let me think. Well, some of the games I've seen yesterday, I'm very excited about the Immortals of Avium. I'm quite curious to see, know very little about it, but you know, it's the excitement about something new, something I've never heard of. That looks amazing. Then we have the other one that is Lies of P. Already preloaded it. Again, day one release on Xbox. So that's probably about it. You know, I was very excited about Diablo 4 as well. Played, but the game's out already. Played Server Slam. Played open beta. And in any case, I'd just like to ask some of my community members, in view of this, you know, the excitement. If you are an avid community member and a great video fan, you're a regular gamer, what you need to do is you need to dig up some websites that tell you when you get betas or you get like a pre-release demos and that, because that's the way through which you are going to be able to try the game. And then what's most important is you can communicate before the game is released to the developer. Extremely important. I think Diablo 4 release has been so successful. Everyone's happy with the game. I've not seen a single bad review of the game. It's absolutely, you know, absolutely superior to everything else that Blizzard would have done in the last 10-15 years. The reason for that is they had several betas, they had this Server Slam, and people really hammered it, and they fed back all the information to the developer, indicating what worked and what had to be really still changed. So the release was completely successful. So if you have a chance, make sure that you are constantly checking out betas and demos, Betas can be glitched, there could be technical issues, but you will get a flavor what the game's like, and you can tell the developer all about it, what you liked, but most importantly, and I really want to stress that, most importantly, you got to tell the developer what you intensely disliked, because you do not want that in the game once the game is released. So that's really very, very important. And I've got to say that because of my streams in sort of recent times, I've not played as many betas as previously, or as I should. But you have, for instance, with Life of... Is it Life of Pi? Just a bit. No, it wasn't. I just said earlier on that Final Fantasy Ever Crisis, which is the new Final Fantasy that will be released on iOS and Android for mobile phones, is now accessible in a closed beta. So if you subscribe and you access the closed beta, you can help the developer to polish the game, because there are going to be issues in there technically and maybe in terms of narrative, and you can get engaged early. The game is not going to be released soon, and you can help the developer to basically create a game that you want to see. Remember Diablo? They've done that so well, and there was a huge worry that perhaps the new game will be facing the same issues and difficulties like its predecessor. You will know that Diablo 3, when it came out, faced a huge amount of flack, but was massively improved in due course. It was a fantastic game today, and that is the way sometimes with these live online multiplayers, because usually it can be plagued by technical issues, which is adjustable, and in most cases, but we have seen games like Redfall recently, then Fallout 76, and most importantly Cyberpunk, that completely backfired. Anthem, I forgot to mention as well, completely backfired on a technical front. And then the other thing with some of those releases is if there's a problem with the narrative or the change of the structure, the system that people were used to. If you're talking about a new installment in a series, so like the franchise, and that all can be adjusted in due course. I think Diablo 3 is a great game, and Diablo 4 really excelled. Probably the best reception they would have had since the original Diablo 2 release, and I'm very happy to do this, to see this. And I also have on my system in here the beautiful brand new theme that I managed to get through Xbox of Diablo, and that beast is sort of in motion. It looks really good on the setup. 16 screen, you can see this whatever she is, the enemy of everyone's, and it's sort of nicely sort of crimson red, and the wings are glowing and going up and down a bit, so really, really looking good. And I'm so happy to see that Diablo launch was as good as it should be. So alright, my friends, I think that's probably all about our community content. That's all that we had to talk about in view of the questions and in view of everything that I was to be introducing today. For all of you watching, I can see we have a few people who are eagerly awaiting some Destiny activity, which we are going to be pursuing straight away. I'll take a very short break. Back on with Strike. I want to tell you is that this is called beta. I had actually questions coming in. I answered them early in the week. Why are you running beta? Well, beta is here because I've changed the setup on my channel, and I've changed literally everything. So it's a different consoles I'm using, it's a different internet connection, and I'm testing everything works as it should. And I can confirm that the vast majority of things are fully operational, are very good. They all work as they should. We've got the system of fundraising, which is perfect. We have the system of tipping, which is great. We have Stream Elements, Lightstream, and Twitch all involved with the stream. We have new moderators. We have the new internet connection, which is obviously helping us tremendously. My upload from previously having just 1 megabit per second is now 30 megabits per second, so that's significantly up. And I still have to say that irrespective of this, on 4G fast internet, the quality of the picture is not as good as I expected. So I'm not sure what could be causing it, but it's not as good as it should be. It should be 1080 or at least 720, but it isn't. maybe some other technical issue attached to the internet speeds or the routers or the consoles, I'm not sure. But I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed with the picture quality. I thought it was going to be razor sharp, but it isn't. Nevertheless, it's a lot better compared to the past. So all of that works. The only thing that doesn't work is audio. So when you listen to me, at the moment, you can hear me, and I had to really put the volume up to the maximum, and the sound comes across as really weird from the broadcaster. There are interferences on the playback. There's constant stoppages, so you're literally having a couple of seconds where you can hear nothing. And on Xbox it doesn't work at all, because the sound comes and goes at all times, and it's completely unworkable. And I can't use my beautiful Xbox Series S. It's a fantastic console with fantastic speeds, with beautiful graphics. I can't use it now with fast internet because the Twitch app doesn't work there. And if you go to various forums, you'll see there are millions of complaints across all platforms. And some platforms, I don't know whether Microsoft got anything to do with this, have lots of these complaints that keep disappearing. If you are every day checking, you see, very many coming in, and then later in the day they're gone. So why is this possible? But obviously these companies, Twitch and Microsoft, are not resolving the issue. And I have to say that Twitch app, since its integration in February, does not work well on PlayStation either. I'd say, well, maybe it's because it's PlayStation 4 that I'm using for this, but I don't think there is much difference, because I've seen people complain about PlayStation 5, the same issue, and also I've seen the same sort of thing on my state-of-the-art Xbox Series S console. So, in due course they'll probably resolve this, but at the moment, I apologize if you think that the voice is strange, and also I apologize if you have these stoppages. There's absolutely nothing that I, as a streamer, can do about this. It's all based on the app, and they suggested that perhaps the stoppages, where you hear nothing, can be remedied by capture card. I'll consider it. I'll have a look into this, but I don't want to be forking out a few £100 for extra bits if, for instance, it turns out that there'll be no effect at all. So I'll just wait and see whether the whole thing improves. I've been in contact with Twitch, had some responses from them. They said they're no longer responsible for the streaming app on Xbox because it's fully integrated with Microsoft. They said, it's all to do with Microsoft. So I've gone to Microsoft. They said, it's not to do with us, it's all to do with Twitch. It's the usual pass the buck, and it's mind-boggling. It's beyond belief that the companies of that size, particularly the size of Microsoft, are ignoring the concerns from streamers and many people who are dependent on everyday streams because they make a living out of it, which is not the case in here. But those people are dependent on high picture and particularly sound quality because they can't communicate with their community members. And I really wondered, after all of that, whether there is some sort of issue with Twitch preferring PC streamers compared to the ones doing it on consoles. I mean, I'm just speculating whether it's to do with monetary, whether it's to do with the overall control, whether it's to do with sales and products. I have no idea. But it does seem to me that people streaming on PC have no problems with the app. None. Even if they're using third-party platforms and everything else in order to enhance the stream, like OBS, etc. And there's massive problems for the consoles. So it can't be a coincidence, and surely, all considered, Twitch should be able to resolve this in no time, knowing what's causing the problem. So, we have to be patient. So betas are going to be ending tomorrow. So this is the penultimate. We'll have a shorter stream tomorrow on Sunday, and then we'll crack on with our regular streams of Destiny 1 and 2, fully integrated with the new system that I've got here, the new setup, from next week. If you are listening, if you are watching, or if you are going to be accessing this on playback, please make sure you follow my channel on Twitter. Twitter is the platform to which I communicate with my community in terms of news and announcements. So you will be getting the regular news on the actual stream schedule, and particularly if there are changes, because sometimes I have to change schedule accordingly due to external factors. And then all other news to do with gaming industry, with new titles, with big conventions, the news related to our community, to our activity, sometimes clips from the activity, sometimes screenshots. All of them are going to Twitter first, right? So make sure you follow that Twitter, and you can get all this information if you're regular. If you want to get involved, if you want to talk to some other community members, and also if you want to talk directly to the big corporations, because some of the postings will give you the access to, you know, people like Phil Spencer or Larry Hryb or Jeff Rubinstein, because I really follow everything that they post, and sometimes retweet, and sometimes I communicate with them directly. I mean, I've said that Jeff was responding to me a few times when I was praising Yakuza. Initially, I wasn't really grabbed by the series, but he kept talking about it all the time on the podcast, and I tried it after they launched it on Game Pass and just loved the series. It's absolutely amazing. The remastered Yakuza trilogy 3, 4, and 5 is, you know, is a masterpiece. It's on the level of Mass Effect, just obviously it's a different type of game and different sort of environment. But you know, he responded. He was very happy that both myself and my community members were warming up in view of his suggestions. So there's always a good way with which you can connect with some of the top guys if you're polite, if you're attentive, if you are you know, forward thinking, and if you want to share some of your own experiences, also if you want to ask questions, because obviously they will be very interested in terms of how you're experiencing new products, things associated with new console, new games, and everything else. Always feel free. Lots of people feel queasy imagining that if you're writing to somebody who's a very well-known executive, a very known personality, they will not respond. Well, they will, but it depends on actually on what you write, and depends on how you're approaching the topic. Sometimes they'll be responding immediately because they're pursuing a particular issue, particular game, or, you know, pushing a certain product, like for instance sometimes with Xbox controllers and accessories. But if you are responding in view of their request and in view of what they were describing on podcasts or various other forms of broadcasting, then they will respond. And make sure that you do, because, you know, it's all about community, it's all about interacting, and it's all about being connected with both your own community, but also the people who are on top. And I've had some really good experiences with that over the last 15 years, and I can just encourage everybody else to do exactly the same. Because don't forget, if you're regular, if you ask significant, important questions, what you say will have a serious impact. It doesn't sound plausible, I know, millions of people using these social networking platforms, but if you're regular, if you are consistent, if you are pursuing your own stream of thought, you will be surprised. Okay, mark these words. Anyway, I've talked enough about our community content. I'm really losing my voice, and now is the time to crack on with some gameplay. What you see there on the screen, network problem, is to do with default settings that the fast internet routers have here in the UK. It's absolutely nothing that I can do to change this, but it's not really affecting the gameplay. We still have comms as usual. There'll be no major issues with that, so, you know, it's a technical issue. They told me if I was to be running certain games, and if I was to be doing hosting, but not in Destiny, there's other games, there are going to be some issues with comms, but I've not experienced that so far. Everything seemed to have worked fine. No major obstacles. So the first thing we do always in Destiny is we'll go to the tower. The tower is our main social hub. At the tower we can meet potentially new squad mates, new clan members, and whenever you see somebody going up and about, you can actually approach them. You click on your controller, R3, and send them a message. And that was a very, very good way of bringing certain people in initially. On the other hand, I never lacked the number of participants and contributors, because at the time when you see, today it works. Yesterday I tried at least 20 times to get back to the tower. Look at that. Yeah, I'm at the tower. That's good. Yesterday just didn't work. I was getting baboon and beaver all the time, and I knew it was all to do with the Bungie service. I knew that. So right, so I was saying the first thing you do, you come here and then you either connect with other people. Oh, there's no space. Hang on, we want those skeleton keys. What's going on? Oh, we'll probably. Your nightmares come in many colors. Need to go to Cryptarch. You should be able to utilize in this. Got too many consumables there. House of Judgment. Okay, probably can do that. Trying to think of what I can get rid of. We'll get rid of some of these because we actually don't need any of these. They're already of poor quality. We just want legendaries and exotics. Remember that. Once again, I thank our friends from Mind Charity. Thank you for connecting with us today. Thank you for wishing us a good stream. Really appreciate it. It's always great to see that the charities you support really interact with you as well, and they have been interacting with me every single day since we started with the campaign. So that's absolutely terrific, and thanks very much to the charitable fundraising team at Mind. Really appreciate it, and your kind words are always noted, and we'll carry on talking about everything you do every single day here on the channel. If you people watching are wondering what Mind is about, just I actually give you the link. I said I was going to post it. You can go to About page, and on that page there is information about charitable donations and fundraising that I support. So all the information is there. You click on the link, you get the Tiltify profile of mine, and on it there's information on Tiltify if you want to get involved, information about the fundraiser myself, and then a lot of information on Mind as well. So very easy to find, very easy to read, very easy to get involved. And that's exactly what I like. Nothing worse than the old days styled campaigns where you spend like several hours trying to find out what was where. That definitely did not gel with me, I can tell you that. Oh, my victim's cloak, cloak of solitude. Oh, they got these ghosts. These ghosts are completely useless. Mind you, they're very useful when you're leveling up, because in Destiny 1 the leveling up is really, really slow. It's a snail's pace, so you'll be always picking up some of the blue weapons and armor, and then you'll be infusing them in order to level up with your legendaries and exotics. It takes a long, long while, and I think that's one of the things that people really love about Destiny 1. It's the difficulty to which you are actually getting to that 40-400 level. It did take me quite a bit of time, but I got to tell you, I got to 40-400 exclusively due to the participation of my community members, because had I not been helped by them, it would have taken me a long while. And I certainly can say that some of our community members, the dedicated veterans, with actually naming specific ones, told me they were actually grinding for more than 2 years, as they were with the game from the day one, and they didn't have that degree of help and impact from their own community, because they weren't streamers and they weren't associated with this. Don't forget that Destiny came out before Twitch streams had taken off, so there was a period of a couple of years before people can really fully engage through such interactive forums, and 2 years of grinding, that's quite a bit. And for myself it was a lot faster than that. If I'm not mistaken, it was within 1 year that I completed all 4400 on all 3 characters. As I said, all of that was to do with our community members and the help. It's all to do with that. This is, unfortunately, fiddly, and that is what we need to do every single time, because guess what? the space with our Points Master and also the space in the vault is very, very greatly limited.
My pleasure.
Got plenty of money. Okay, let's see. We have, what, 6 different engrams in there. Let's see what we've got.
Sure you know what you're aiming
Thalestris. Okay, that's useless.
at. Oh, now that should be interesting.
Parallax PSM, useless. Long Tomorrow, we'll see, probably 400 engram.
Promise me you'll take good care of that.
Sina Lamprey, useless. Takanami Ranger's Hood, of no use. And yet again, Strange Coin is good. Today's Friday. I need to find out where Zer is. Can go and get some stuff from him. Plenty of Strange Coins. You will know that Zer in Destiny 1 is popping up on weekends and is always hiding, so a bit difficult to find him, a bit tricky to find out where he is and what he does. But the best way of doing it is just going on Twitter, just put in, like hashtag Zer, and you'll get some postings, so you'll know exactly where he is. He can be sometimes here, I'll show you. Let's see whether he's there today. Hopefully he is. I'll do the business straight away. So frequently you'll find him here. He's going to be hiding in this very corner. Watch this. Here, right? So this is frequently where Zer is, but he is not here today. And we are going to find out where he is. Okay, so I'll look into this in a while. What I do need to do is to see what call that not to be in the way. Well, lots of people complain that hardly anybody plays Destiny 1, which is definitely not the case. It's just a basic assumption. You will get always lots of people playing Destiny 1, and the impression is being, I guess, affected by those long queues. So when people want to go to Strikes or the Crucible, A, they need to wait for quite a while, and B, the Strikes will hardly at any time get anybody else together with you. And sometimes people will join you as you carry on with the strike. But that also takes a bit of time. The reason for that is not the non-commitment of the players or the few people participating. It's to do with Bungie reducing the number of rooms which are accessible. And also the whole system of maintenance doesn't seem to be working. I've done some Sivas the other day and they were much worse than Nightfall Strikes. They were impossible to complete by myself because I was waiting for other teammates to come in. If you bear with me, friends, I just have to nip out for a second. I'll be back literally in 30 seconds. Bear with me. And Alpha Baker is here telling us he's at the reef. Well, thank you for that. And also we have Tico PZ, I can't even pronounce that. Tico, I'll call you. Tico is here saying hola. Tico, you are probably in Spain, right? Hello, hola, how are you doing? I don't speak any Spanish at all, so unfortunately, I'll try to translate if possible through the Google Translate, but that's about it. Thanks very much to our friend Pico and Alpha for joining us and for watching the stream. Truly appreciate it. You are new members of our community, and I welcome you all. Thanks very much for joining us. And if you listened to me earlier, I talked a lot about the community-based content and the changes on the channel, because this is a beta channel, the beta stream. We are still introducing different kinds of things and testing the equipment. So thanks very much for joining us, and I will definitely go to the reef, and I'll do so very, very quickly when I carry on with the activities. But at the moment, there is this one precious space where I need to go to. Hopefully we'll be finished in about 30 seconds. I'm not naming the space, right? And just bear with me a second. I will get back more or less immediately. And Tico says, all good. Well, thanks very much indeed. Really appreciate it. And I'll be right back, my friends. Alright, my friends, thank you for your patience. I'll come back and we'll just carry on with activities as described. So first of all, let's see whether we can get rid of some of those extras there. No, we've got nothing in here, that's fine. Well, to be honest with you, I don't actually need any of these for Master Rahul, like these. And there was another one, wasn't it? Yeah, this one. Okay. We'll pick up some extras for... Well, I don't really need Glimmer either, but nevertheless, we'll just want to use some of these 3 of coins for 58, so we can go to the reef and use some of them. And let me see, do I have any of these? Yeah, okay, I'll take that. And then we have House of Judgment, Reputation. Okay, we'll do that some other time. Next raid encounter, splice a key. The key to secure splicer. Check one of them just in case. No, it's not actually. That's 10. It's discarding. Okay, Ghost. Okay. Well, we used quite a bit of extras in here, so that consumables will give us some extra punch, extra power. We have 2 skeleton keys, so 2 chests can be opened. And alright, so let me see. I need to pick up some bounties before I forget. We'll pick up some from Xander. We'll take everything, really, as much as we can. Mind you, let's double check whether I've had some bounties left since yesterday. Yeah, there was Venus Reconnaissance, which I completed. So I got Spirit Bloom and also picked up some extras there on the Reputation. Probably can pick up another one from him. You know, can always come back and pick up the rest. I always go for the bounties because the thing for the newbies and people who are not familiar with Destiny, they keep forgetting, and I used to forget that as well in the old days. And it's extremely important you pick up all the bounties if you're leveling up, because bounty is going to give you leveling up and rewards and extras and everything. It's very important to remember. And I don't have any more. I just want to see with Zavala whether he's giving us the Nightfall bounty. Here, if you're doing the Crucible, you pick up the bounties from Lord Shax. In here you get some extra gear for the Crucible from Crucible Quartermaster. I guess that is what made it very interesting, really, for the veterans, right? That's what people like the best, compared to, wait a minute. I don't think I picked up anything for extra rewards, no. Picked up yesterday, one of those. So it's not enough space, so that would be for the medals. I think I've got one of these. I need to be completing Nightfall before time expired. But yesterday, not yesterday, before yesterday, I was doing solo on a Nightfall, and that definitely wasn't as fast. So I missed it, really. And we have Dead Stick. Dead Stick is here. How are you? It's been a long while, Dead Stick. It's been how many months? A very, very long time. Good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us. Really cool. Well, we're all safe, healthy and well out here, so since we talked last, you know, during the pandemic. Dead Stick is a dedicated member of our community. It's been with us for quite some time. And Alpha Alpha Baker is saying he wants to see my game, and yeah, we'll crack on now. We are ready. But I think before we start with strikes, what I'll do is I'll go to the reef, like he told me that Zer's there, so we'll see whether we can pick up anything from him. I think that's the idea. And also want to see whether I have anything, any spares, anything to discard. I just want to say to our friend Alpha Baker, this is a community-based channel, so sometimes you'll have a session where we literally talk for several hours, you know, without any gaming, because it's based on Destiny community and other community participants. At other times, we'll talk a bit, but then we'll do a lot of gaming activity, and that's particularly the case if we have like a small competition set up, or we have a waiting list of, let's say, 9-12 people who are waiting to join us live on air, and then we'll do strikes, we'll do nightfall, we'll do the pinnacle activities. So it varies, you know, depends on what's there at the table on the day. Where's the reef? The reason I'm going to the reef is simple. Our friend Alpha Baker, our new community member, told us that Zer is out there. And Alpha says, I see. Thank you so much. I do apologize. That is my fault. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's my fault, because I did not really change the overlay. Thank you. You see how important it is for community members to tell us. It's just absolutely pivotal. I'm really sorry about that. It's the first time it's happened to me, you know. I always pay attention to this, and it's happened to me today. Well, I can't tell you what the reason for that would be. What's really funny about the overlays is I'm getting them through the third-party providers. So I'm streaming off my PS4 or Xbox Series S, and the overlays are provided by a company called Stream Elements. And then Stream Elements are connected to Lightstream. So what I do is stream through Twitch, stream, right? And then I use the overlays through 3 different companies involved. It's it's like novel for me, because I've not done this in the past, and therefore I'm doing these betas. But the beauty of it all is you've got the remote for changing the overlays on your mobile, right? So it's so easy. You just click on it and you change. And the overlays I've got here are for Be Right Back, stream is about to start, stream has ended, and then we got one when we are chatting, like for the dialogue, you know, so we are to be talking later about something, like after doing the strikes, then we'll put the dialogue on, and then the dialogue comes up with the game screen and also with a chat. It looks really good. But I mean, I'm very happy because these Destiny overlays are very nicely designed, and I'll keep them for a while, and then maybe I'll look for some of the other ones, you know, which are equally beautiful. So it's all good, yeah. It's back on, I think. Yeah, the reason for that is, you know, my secondary, which is used as a monitor for the actual gameplay, is not literally at the front of me because I had to recharge it. For whatever reason, it was losing power today, and that's the reason I didn't spot it instantly. Otherwise, I always keep an eye on this. So definitely my fault. There he is. So for all of the newbies and everybody else watching, remember Zer is always hiding in here if he is at the reef, right? So he's always here. So let's see what he's got. We have plenty of coins. I've not visited Zer for some time. Will be obviously after these beautiful golden items, the exotics. Okay, so let me see. Our friend Alpha Baker, PS, will be probably the best to advise, because I could tell you are a Destiny veteran. So which ones do you think are by far the best? I guess we can pick up quite a few of these things because we have plenty of strange coin. So let us see. Truth rocket launcher is the one I have got. Obsidian Might, I'm not 100% sure. That's for Warlock. Well, Mask of the Third Man I don't have, so that would be a goodbye, right? And then there's Helm of Saint, that's for Titan. Maybe I can pick it up and put it in the vault. We have Trespasser and Fallen Assassin. So that's the exotic weapon Trespasser and the Fallen Assassin ornament. And then that is Mida Multitool and Arctic Survivalist. I need to double check whether I've got it. Alpha Baker saying, got a different page up. Can you sort of explain, elaborate? Can you see on your stream my Zer, Agent of the Nine, and the items, or not? Because I can see it on my display, it seems fine. So let us think. Material exchange, exotic shard. I'm trying to think, what would be the best? I'd say probably 30. I think that would be the best. I'll take Mida Multitool and Arctic Survivalist. I don't think I've got this at all. So okay. And then we can pick up Helm of Saints, quite like that. And then Truth Rocket Launcher I do have, I don't have to buy it. And then we can have Exotic Shard. Can really take as many of those as possible because they're necessary. They're very hard to get. Multi-flight. Just a second, I want to double check something. Strange coin. Okay, we'll take some strange coins then. Because the other ones I don't need. I have all these synths in very large numbers, you know. Let me see the inventory. And we have Tico as well saying, thank you, now I know where Zer is. Well, Zer is today, as you could see, at the reef, and he's hiding that corner. But at the same time, every week he will be at a different place, so there is different spots. But actually, when he pops up in any of the locations, he's always at the same spot, right? So he's not going to be located elsewhere. If you know that he's at the reef, then you go up here. If you know he's at the tower, you'll go to that corner displayed earlier. So it's quite easy. But it's, you know, in Destiny 1, he's always there Fridays and Saturdays. Okay, there's that. Okay, that's all good, all done. What else do we have here? Well, we have obviously Petra, but I'm not going to be doing anything here because we will want to be going off to do some Sievers. Tomorrow's message. Oh, it's for the trials. Okay. We are not going to bother with that. Varix.
The High Cryptarchs have dispatched me.
Master Ives is here.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, we don't need any of this. Anyway, all that's happening here is usually if you completed a campaign connected to Prison of Elders, which is something we can do later on. Let me just see. Let's just go to Orbit, we do some Sievers, and then we'll decide. Because somebody was asking me, I think Sandman was asking the other day whether we'll do some Sievers. And Tico's saying, I'm playing Destiny 1, don't really like Destiny 2. You see, it's interesting because I had another person from Glasgow popping in on several days this week, indicating he was quite happy to see Destiny 1 here, because he actually hates Destiny 2. A bit of a strong statement, hating it. And he also said he liked turtles. So I couldn't work out what that was, because of Ninja Turtles maybe. Well, you're not the only one, sir, because there are lots of other people who are not that keen on the concept of Destiny 2. And I think it doesn't matter what Bungie do. It's the sour grapes that stay with these people. They're not keen on the system. They're not keen on two things. One is the fact that the universe is so vast, and therefore you get lost in all the quests and all the tasks which you are given, many of which are to be picked up, and then lengthy grinds obviously to follow. But the most important one is that a lot of people have a problem with the monetization of the sequel. So they really hate the fact that Bungie is selling all the extra packages and bundles, and I mean, I can understand it. Like, he wanted to collect all of that wonderful 30-year Bungie gear, and in order to do that, you had to be forking out whatever, 20-30 pounds. I thought far too expensive for that bundle. But on the other hand, don't forget, they were working throughout the pandemic, and this game requires a lot of investment, and it's a huge, massive multiplayer online game. And they work from home, the offices were closed, so they need that revenue. They need some contributions. I know people say, well, we pay for the DLC, we pay for the expansions, we pay for the seasons. It's all true, but actually the maintenance of the game is extremely costly. But I think at the same time there needs to be some sort of balance between the need for the revenue and how certain items are being presented to the community, because what you don't want is for people to be departing from the community because they feel you're just wanting to make money off them. And the biggest problem I had, actually, good job you reminded me of this, Tico. The biggest problem I had with Destiny 2, is that I paid for the DLC. I paid for Forsaken. I paid for for the what's it called, the Osiris DLC, and then what was the initial bits, and then also I paid for the game when it came out. First, it wasn't free to play, the Red War campaign missions, and all of them disappeared. They've all been vaulted. So I have a problem with that, because I invested in those sections of the game and I can't play them anymore. So I'm certainly hoping that sooner or later Bungie are going to be bringing it back in some other format somewhere, because it's obviously something we purchased, right? So monetization is always a big issue amongst the gamers. I had lots of people ranting live on air here about Apex charging all that money for premium packs. Well, Apex is offered free of charge. It's a game that's completely free for everyone, and you literally can grind anything you want in there as long as you want. You will not get some of the fancy outfits. They will not come up in the game unless you purchase them. But I mean, let's just be reasonable. If you're offering that game for free, there has to be some sort of supply, a flow of revenue coming from somewhere, right? But interestingly, the games like Apex and Warzone in particular made a lot of money on these cosmetics. Warzone, in the course of the first year, or was it second year? It was second year. They made $2 billion on the sale of cosmetics. So it was just absolutely incredible. I mean, cosmetics obviously beautifies your characters, and they help you to find new teammates if you're looking extraordinary, if you have particular outfit. Like in Warzone, there were people wearing Leatherface or Rambo, or the special kind of characters which were purchased. Then you're attracting new teammates to come to your squad, because you are walking about, or you go to the social hub and you're there displaying the outfit. It's just drawing attention. So that's actually community-based, good thinking behind it. But either way, any form of monetization will cause that degree of problem, because people will not be very keen on being made to pay something which is not really necessary. Like, for instance, 30-year pack. Obviously these are collectibles, right? It's 30 years of Bungie. It's Tico says, have a good day and I'll see you later. Well, thanks very much for coming in. Really appreciate it and hope you enjoyed the stream and all that you've seen here. And we are now going to be cracking on with some Silas. Siva Crisis Heroic. We have some modifiers. Catapult. Grenade recharge is greatly increased, so grenades are really good weapons. Airborne. Players deal more damage while in the air. We need to be jumping. Player radar is disabled, so we have no radar, and then heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are very aggressive. Let's crack on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our friend Tico. As you can see, that is what I described earlier. We get in and then we sit here for a while waiting for the Guardians, and then as you can see we are being thrown in without anybody else joining us. And then sometimes they join us in the strike, and at other times they do not. So
we've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars. So let's get to taking out their command one by one. Valis Ta'arik. From what I can gather, he commands the siege dancers from an Imperial land tank outside of Rubicon. He's well protected. But with the right team, we can punch through those defenses, take this beast out, and break their grip on Freehold.
Let's find access to their system. See if we can track down Valis Ta'arik.
alrighty, let's crack on. Finally some action. Today's been a really a community-based session, a bit like yesterday, right? But that's expected because obviously we have that major showcase event in LA, the Summer Games Fest, and plenty to talk about really. I wanted to pull out Glaive, and I forgot that we don't have Glaive here in Destiny 1. That's actually not the weapon I want to have, and I completely forgot that I've not changed it to my sword, right? So the sword is here. What is it now? Broadcaster. Infuse it. I didn't infuse it yet. Okay. Dark Drinker will do. Ah, this was a miss. No ammunition. Boo. Well, he's hiding. Can't be hiding for too long. That shield didn't help. Resupply codes. Okay. Mind you, I've got so many of these synths, you know, I keep forgetting to use them, and obviously doing Sealers and Nightfalls. See, heavy. I've got what, like 200, so obviously we'll use as much as necessary. And also the other ones for my secondary.
This could be bad. All right, ready view.
Why is he not taking any damage? What is going on? Wait a minute. Take the synth. Oh, I can't do it because I've picked up the other one. Okay. Don't get it. Well, you tell me, why is he not dying? Why is he not taking any damage? Does anyone know? That's odd. That is odd.
Gotta stop him.
He's unkillable. He really is unkillable. So what is going on? Didn't take any damage at all, I don't think. Don't get it.
This could be going better.
This could be going better, right? Yeah, of course. I got those, but yeah,
I really
all right.
hate those things.
Don't matter. Pick up some of this. Relic shard. Okay. too vulnerable in there. It's the fact, right? Where's he gone? Over there. Miscued. Alright, he's gone. So that's good. I need some extra ammunition, I think. Let's see. Can pick up some of it from the yeah, I can. Some extra ammunition here. Okay. They're all eliminated. Okay. See something else. Terminus. Okay. So I need to go. Oh, respawned. Somebody else joined us, that's quite good. We'll go to him. Sir Freaks a lot. I think I remember our friends. Eliminating all the enemies. Where's he gone? Sir Freaks a lot has joined us, which is good to see. I think we played together through the random matchmaking in the past. As far as I remember. Comeback form. Well, that's a good one. Oh. Oh, I got killed in there. That's annoying. They said that the shots are more mighty if you are in the air, but I've not really experienced that, I've got to say. Okay, he has been resolved. Yeah, they're taking about 2 or 3 hacks each one of them. The red bar. Oh, that worked well. Colossus is here. Nil. No ammunition for my heavy. He's gone. Okay, but I actually could pick up some of... I've got so many sins, so I need to really use them. What else? Ah, Cabal Colossus. Grima Progress. I picked up something on the lore side of things. Tandem Fire. That's good. Yep, all sorted. Better go down there. Ah, what was this? Thank you. I'm being hit by something somewhere. Not sure what that was. Oh, here. He's there. Okay. Oh, he hates me. Look at that. Oh, he's immune. Ah. Hmm. They just disappear. That's ridiculous. I meant the Taken, not the other guys, so it's the Taken that just vanished. Server freaks a lot. That's quite a good gamer tag. I don't believe it. That Colossus is gonna kill me. Yeah, he did kill me. That's ridiculous. He should have gone. Oh. He's just trying to distract him. There we are. Okay, he's gone. Okay, got him. Let's just push on, shall we? And then for the boss I need a rocket launcher, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Hunger of Kreuter. Well, this Sewer strike sometimes can be quite difficult with the final boss. Let me try a fusion rifle on him. I bet he's having a huge headache, right? Look at that, it's headshots all along. Actually, I'll use that synth. Forgot about it, almost. Yeah, he's gone. He is gone.
I'll let Commanders of Allah know there's one less problem on Mars.
Valus to Ark has finally
Eventually I'll be able to pick up
dealt a great blow. But in the darkness rising, more fleets will come. And
skeleton key. I didn't get anything much.
face them all.
Amkara scale I picked up. That's not very good, is it? Ah, boo. It's not good. Can dance a bit. Can just delete the unnecessary loot that we don't need. Key rocket. Must have been I picked up strange coin. That's good. They managed to pick up these treasure packs, which I did not get. But that's not very funny. Treasure pack would be definitely well. Come on, don't switch me off. I want to do my admin. Boo. Boo. somebody stayed with us, that's good. Easier to receive us with company. Got that one here. That's the guy in the vault. Need to be leveling up my arc. Okay, so that's that. Inventory progress. See, progress. Completed weapons expert and completed tandem fire. So that's pretty good. What's this? 30 precision kills. It's all medals. Concentrated fire. Nah, that's fine. 9 rapid enemy kills to earn rampage medals and see secondary medals, primary medals. 10,000 XP on the Dreadnought without dying. I've had this bounty for quite some time.
Guardian, we've picked up a high gain
It's not bounty, it's a quest.
Origin point is somewhere along the coast, near the Cosmodrome.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
We can't afford another Omnigul situation. Get in there, assess the threat, and aid Rasputin. A threat to the Warmind is a threat to the city as well.
I apologise for this, I just having a look at the messages that have come in.
Rasputin's dropping a warsat from orbit. It contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
Look at those acrobatics, I've done well. God, in the Cosmodrome in the original game as well as in the sequel looks so good. The warsat is being dropped in there. To get to it ASAP. Somebody else is joining us, so that's good. We're going to have 3-piece. Easier to complete. Defend the warsat. He got killed as well, okay. I got killed as well. That's crazy. Why was I killed? I don't get it. Forgot about the heavy in there. Hang on. Put my sword on.
Rasputin's dropping a warsat from
That was just literally
it contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
just wasting my ammunition in there. The war site is already there. There it is. Somebody else is joining us. Oh no. What happened to him? Why is he dead? Why did you go there? We're gonna lose the strike. Well, you can't get in there yet. Very hectic in here. Where's he gone? Where's our friend gone? What is going on? Managed to survive, that's good. Amazing. Heavy streak. Ammunition. Out of ammunition. I haven't got anything on me. Mind you, this will do.
I'm going as fast as I can. You'd think Rasputin would have made this a little easier on us.
The ogre's there. Okay. It's the exploding thralls that got me. What else? Starting from scratch. Alright. We need to use a different approach if we are to be getting anything sorted, but our friends shouldn't really
Rasputin's dropping a war sat from orbit. It contains code
drop down
to gain
here.
access to his bunker.
Yeah, we got the war sat. So I wonder where the ship is going to drop. I guess we'll see. Oh, they did hack, didn't they? well. Oh, I got killed again. That is annoying. That is annoying.
Heads up. Rasputin's dropping a warsat in from orbit. It's got the codes we'll need to access his bunker.
Well, for all of you who are familiar, you'll know that we need to be protecting the warsat and we need to go in the cave, and I don't understand why he's going up there again. He was there early on, wasn't he? Well, let's see what is to follow. But I don't have much support from our friend. You need to come closer to the warsat. The warsat needs to be defended. So you can't really do it from some other space there, you know? Being hit from all sides. It's my super.
Sorry this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex. Plus, I'm actually not that great at math, so...
It's 36%, but it's not really a lot, is it? He's having a major headache, that ogre. I like it when he grabs his head. That tells me I've done something right. Oh, that was wasted. Those thralls are a real menace if you are not careful. I wonder what really what killed me. Is there anybody else? Our friend departed. He wasn't keen on doing this for some reason. I don't know why.
Heads up. Rasputin's dropping a warsat in from orbit.
Well, he was just literally hiding at the wrong spot. He's never going to be able to complete this. If, he's going all the way up there. This time, this wall suddenly fell on my head. For all of you who were listening to my introduction today and me talking about Summer Game Fest, you have another major showcase taking place right now as we speak. So if you're interested, you can easily just migrate to YouTube and enter Summer Game Fest, and it's on the Game Awards channel.
I'm going as fast as I can. You'd think Rasputin would have made this a little easier on us.
Ah, that he exploded not that close to me.
Военный спутник запущен. Коды доступа внутри.
We have a war site incoming. Rasputin says it contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
I better be careful because that thing's going to drop on my head. And it did drop on my head. Better wait until it drops.
Военный спутник запущен. Коды доступа внутри.
You can really tell that I've not been
War site from orbit. It contains codes we'll
playing
need to
Destiny
gain
1
access
of
to his
late. I'm a
bunker.
bit rusty. But you know, as you enter certain activities, you just you remember everything. You get back to it. You know time. It's all nice and easy with these, but gets a bit more difficult when these trolls pop up. They're just too difficult to contain.
Sorry this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex. Plus, I'm actually not that great at math, so...
Ah, he exploded next to me. Because, you know, I'm reminded of how dreadful these exploders are, really. And to come close to you and just go up.
Heads up, Rasputin's dropping a warsat in from orbit. It's got the codes we'll need to access his bunker.
Just wait until it drops. Not going to be making the same error when the whole thing drops in my head. But you can see the matchmaking doesn't seem to work properly here, so we're not getting anyone else to come in to support us. And don't forget these Sivas and Nightfalls are really created in order to have a full team fully on board, so... Well, we just keep trying, like with that Nightfall the other day, we just succeeded eventually. It did take a bit of time, but... Well, that was tricky. Nearly got killed. Oh, there he is. Didn't see him.
Sorry
Survived.
this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex. Plus, I'm actually not that great at math, so...
Get some heavy ammunition. Ready for all else. That's right. That's amazing. Maybe. Why did he not die together with the rest? You tell me. With that grenade.
Военный спутник запущен. Коды доступа внутри.
I need to
Rasputin's
put
dropping a warsat from orbit. It
Solar
contains
back
codes we'll
on.
need to gain access to his bunker.
Vanish. Yes, quite a bit to go. It's always a lengthy grind with these special abilities. Okay, we've got that. It's just not the best ability for the strike. Solar will be doing a lot better. Well, we're not getting much joy with his bounties either, so there you are. lost them completely. What is going on?
Sorry this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex. Plus, I'm actually not that great at math, so... Just came right from behind me. Oh, I don't believe it, that Oiga got me. Ugh. Matthias is there. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Matthias is saying having some problems with Warsaw defense. Well, not really, but you know, I'm doing a SIVA and they're not getting any other people in on the matchmaking, so it's just like really weird. I've been here all by myself already for a while, and well, it's just, you know, not sure what Bungie are doing, but they're not really providing proper maintenance for the game, so lots of things which are sort of failing to a degree on the multiplayer level, the Crucible in particular, and then the strikes, because you get in initially on the matchmaking, you're not getting anybody else helping you, and then once you're in a strike you need, you know, literally you need to wait hours before somebody else is being brought in. It's down to the servers, it's just not functioning properly. Got killed there, so too easy. Oh, just an ordinary SIVA. It's nothing terribly difficult, but Heads up. Rasputin's dropping a war set.
there are just like lots of enemies, and there should be at least one more person there. 2 people, obviously. A squad of 3. It's weird that this ogre managed to get me from there. It was my own fault, I guess. Okay, that was good. Oh, I missed him. Ship got me this time. Hitting me from above. Trying to hide behind the wall set, but
Военный спутник запущен. Коды доступа внутри.
Rasputin's dropping a warsat from orbit. It contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
We'll wait for the satellite to drop. We'll set. Got too close, then it drops on your head, which is what we want to be avoiding here. See, I like that. I like the detail that we get in Destiny. Shadows and all those bits and pieces. Ah, we got somebody else coming in. Ah, that's good. It'll be easier. We'll streamline the whole thing with a friend. Got hit straight away. It's the ship. Thank you.
Sorry this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex. Plus, I'm actually not that good at math, so...
Well, that's not very good, is it? Don't know what caused me to die. Oh, there's somebody else. Well, that's really soothing after all that lengthy waiting. Now we have 3 people in there, so we'll just walk to the strike. No big deal, really. Thank you, thank you. Nearly exploded in my face, look at that. Okay, that one's gone. The big knight. That's it. That's almost 100. And it is...
I've got access. Let's go.
Доступ получен. Аннулирование протокола.
I'm detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could have picked up Rasputin's distress call. If we don't shut it down, half the Cosmodrome could be at his front door.
It's amazing really when you look at the graphics, how good the game looks even today compared to all the other new games with state-of-the-art graphics. It was really very, very advanced and very forward on the day of its release. That's quite good.
I could try to override Rasputin's system locks, but no
Friend.
telling how he might react.
Needs to be revived.
Bypass his systems.
Yeah. Chuck a grenade in there. Pick up some heavy ammunition. Did I pick it up?
He's not happy.
You're through. That's all that matters right now.
So we'll drop down. And then we'll go through.
Let raw power. Someday we'll establish communications with the war mind. Speak to it. Understand it. If we are ever to reach a second goal, it will be with Rasputin at our side.
Yeah, it needs to go here. There we are, friends. You're being revived. Well, it's a bit funny that Imago Loop is so ineffective in there. Really strange. Shouldn't be. Oh, there you are, there you go. Yeah, he's been eliminated. No longer is he a threat. So that's all good. You know, I'm really getting hungry now. I've not had anything since my breakfast. Not prepared a sandwich or anything halfway through, so... No, that one there. Yeah, okay. That's eliminated as well. Well, everything's been eliminated, so...
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
Where is it now? And that's it. Strikes complete.
Zavala, these breaches are a serious threat. Has
Yeah,
the
let's
Vanguard
play
tried to reach
football.
out to him recently? Get him to understand we're allies.
Let's play football with
The
this.
last time we sent in a team was years ago. We found what remained of their buddies scattered across the
Saber.
Skywatch.
Noted.
In the meantime, I'm sending a team to seal the vault. All thanks to you, Guardian.
Cloak of Perception, Baron's Ambition. Nothing exciting, nothing terribly important. We just want those exotics, that's all we want. Well, we'll just stay with the team if they want to carry on with Sivas. It's been very difficult to get anyone else to come in through the random matchmaking. They obviously left. Loads of bounties there to be completed still. What's this? Future Occult? Oh, that's in the Crucible. Okay. We need to do that sometime as well, but really for the viewers, during our beta, we want to have the very best of activities and high-paced, high-octane clashes, so that will be Nightfalls and Sivas in here. Obviously, we have raids, but for those we'll need our full squad on board.
The Taken King is dead. Yet still his armies rise.
What's the weather like in the US, Matt, I wonder?
Even as you led the assault
Today is scorching hot. It's like 30 degrees in here, or even hotter than that. Absolutely crazy. It was just literally last 24 hours that the temperature's gone up and up. And also the night time has been affected by heat as well, so, you know, can't... Too hot at night, really. It's only early June. Really fear what is to follow. Obviously the danger of wildfires in many places around the world. Is it hot where you are, Matthias? And how hot is it? There are 2 people joining us, well that's cool. At least I'm not alone.
They've sealed the door with hive runes. Of course they have.
But that says it is 29 degrees over there. Just remind me where you are exactly. Are you on the southern side or on the northern side of the US? Well, I mean, it's been really strangely hot over here, and they said that we were going to have some, you know, thunderstorms, and no sign of that yet. Just really baking hot. The trouble is, if it gets very hot at night, it's hard to sleep, and then that's the worry. So I think tonight and tomorrow we'll have really very hot nights. And Matthias tells us that where he is, it's a truly beautiful day, and he also tells us he's on the southwestern side. Okay. Well, we had several months of rain, and I can't say it was very cold daytime, but it has become warm at nights, because until about 2 days ago, the nights were quite nippy. The temperature dropped to about 5 degrees, 6 degrees, you know, so very, very cold, considering that during the day you had like temperatures 19, 20 degrees. And the rain stopped about 2 weeks ago, So everything blossomed, everything was absolutely beautiful, and went out like 2 weekends ago where everything blossomed, and you're walking through a nature reserve having all these blossoms, and everything was just smelling of spring and flowers, and which is so late, but very, very pleasant and very beautiful to look at. Taking lots of photographs, and a wonderful riverside walking here. We have 4 rivers in where I live, and absolutely ideal for like a lengthy stroll and for any form of enjoyment when you are wanting to enjoy the nature. Beautiful. But it's strange, you know, it's very, very wet and very soggy, and now it's like really dry. It's just changed in no time. It's just dreadful weather conditions. It's so weird that the climate has changed so significantly, and it's global warming. That's what it is. I've seen in the US you had absolutely ghastly fires, like in California in particular, and then everything just gets destroyed by those dreadful fires. Well, believe you me, yesterday when I went for a late night stroll, there were some idiots in my local area making a small fire, and it's so dangerous, you know. I mean, we are not as hot and as dry as we will be, but still, doing that in the middle of nowhere is just crazy. No idea what they were thinking. Well, they weren't thinking at all. That's probably what the reason for that was. Well, we had a situation a couple of years ago in East London. It's actually just outside London, in Dagenham, where the same sort of thing happened. Some kids were playing with fire and then went into the park, and it caused a major disaster because the fire brigade wasn't able to contain it quick enough due to the heat. And quite a lot of buildings got damaged, and it's insane. And actually caused by children. Matthias says, right now we are having air quality issues in the northeast of the country due to wildfires in Canada. I have seen that on the news, yeah. I think I've seen in New York, they were literally getting this sort of red cloud coming in, and theatres and cinemas had to be shut and people evacuated due to this. It was life-threatening if you're breathing in that sort of air full of ash. Very hot air as well. Well, it must have been extremely warm in Canada already during the last few weeks. What else? Appalling, really. Canada, such a beautiful country with, you know, forests everywhere, and then you get these kinds of fires due to heat. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Well, our friends are racing it there. Well, I believe it's probably in the very south of Canada, the fires. So they're being, you know, the smoke is drifting towards the cities in the US. It's just ridiculous, but it's very dangerous. Totally glitched, the whole lot of them in there. Not reacting at all to anything I was doing. It's weird. Probably because the other guys have gone forward. Speed running
Beware,
it.
Guardian. The Blight will drain your strength, your speed. Do not let Malak dominate this shrine.
Yeah, we were doing that yesterday as well. Oh, that was not too bad, considering it was the initial strike on the boss. Worked well. Let's get in. Ah, that's ridiculous. There's a whole lot of these rockets really slammed into me. What's this? Oh yeah, that is super. And Matthias is telling us something. We'll have a look what that is. Saying, fun fact, if you leave the Blight alone in the middle, the enemies won't respawn in the middle. Alright. I didn't realise. Thanks for the tip. Oops. Let's revive our friend. He got hit. Hang on, I've got my super. Is he gone now or not? Should be able to eliminate him. No, 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 no. Oh yeah, he's gone. That's good. I thought we were going to be literally all killed at the point where he was about to die, so that was good.
Did she just compliment us?
Yeah. Where's the chest? I haven't got it. I don't see it. The other side. Oh yeah, there it is. I don't think I've got no skeleton keys, so yeah, so no big deal really. Probably do maybe one more strike and then call it a day for today. Want to thank everyone for watching and for contributing. We had quite a few people coming in earlier. A lengthy community-based session and lots of talks about the Summer Game Fest and all we've seen with Jeff Keighley and his team, and also lots of questions coming in from our community about the future of the channel and fundraising and hotly anticipated games, and very, very interesting conversations that we've had early on. And we had some people popping in to tell us how much they hated Destiny 2. So every day I get somebody coming in saying we hate Destiny 2, it's just a terrible game. Well, it's a question of personal preference. I don't really think it's terrible, but this game, the original or the first game, is definitely a lot more difficult to play. It requires a lot more skill, knowledge, and patience. So the sequel is giving us a lot of different options, and we may or may not like these, but it's a different sort of game, a different concept. The new season is giving us the opportunity to level up really rapidly, so it's a lot less grindy so far from what I've seen compared to all the other seasons I played. Yesterday I was able to go up by about 10 ranks after a shorter, like a 2-hour long gaming session, so that was really new.
You know what to do.
Well, I'll do the same, because they're obviously speed running it. I need to follow the guys.
The Hive are still holding ground in the refinery, but I'm also tracking multiple SIVA energy signatures.
They're just interested in the boss, you know, not interested in anything else that happens in the strike. Our friend Matthias says, I think with this season the player drop-off was incredibly noticeable amid all the disconnect errors. Well, the disconnect errors and the troubles were persisting yesterday in both games. Beaver and Baboon were the error messages that we were getting. I couldn't get back into the tower here in Destiny 1. Anytime I tried to get back, I would get this error message and I would get kicked out. But apparently it's something to do with the maintenance. The you know, Bungie Help on Twitter indicated already early in the day that they were getting this kind of serious problems with the error messages, and that's been all resolved. But just yesterday, really, the major stuff. Well, I think the biggest problem for Bungie and for Destiny as it stands today is the question of the overall direction, because they've seen that recently they've lost quite a lot of veteran players, and generally people not that keen on some of the content that was given during the last, I think, year. Lots of people very displeased about Lightfall, thinking it was on the cheap compared to The Witch Queen, which was amazing. And on the other hand, the game's been run for a long while, you know, that's also, I guess, the fact that poses many questions. For me, the worst bit of news was basically hearing last week that Bungie are now working on a separate PvP, which is not story driven, so it's a bit like the big version of the Crucible, right? And that's not really good news, you know, because at the end of the day the resources are limited, and if they are allocating lots of people from the same team to be working on the new PvP, this may mean a lot less content for us here in Destiny. So on the other hand, it could be a PvP shooter similar to Apex, you know, like offered for free. Mind you, they've never offered anything for free, Bungie. I just think about the cosmetics, you know, they make a lot of revenue if they monetize like that. So but that for me was definitely most worrying, more than any other news I've heard from Bungie over the years, because it's the first project after a long while that, you know, they would be creating, or they'll get involved with. And also I've heard some, I guess, they also talked about Destiny being a kind of an ever-evolving universe previously, right? But we've seen recently that some of that was not that popular with the community, and I'm worried that perhaps in view of the fact that they're not integrating the full Destiny 1 content, we've not seen all the raids and, you know, all the strikes and everything fully brought in, I'm worried that this might be a sign that they are sort of having a second thought, which is what I don't want to see. I want Destiny Universe to be as big as it is and with more content being brought in. Because otherwise, if they just get cold feet, they just plug in the game, and that is not what we want to see. Don't forget, they already have taken away from us a lot of content due to that vaulting. I'm not keen on this because obviously all of us paid for the content and we can't access it, we can't play it at the moment, so that's really not particularly jolly. And I just think that if they decide to stop developing the game, then all the content will almost certainly come back, because they need literally unbelievably big space on the servers for all the PvP activities, you know, and everything that they've got. It's funny because when you watch Destiny 1 today, you think, oh, hardly anybody's in it, but that's not the case. Loads of people play Destiny 1. You know, it's as busy as always. The problem there being, they've just reduced the space for people to enter. So you want to do the Crucible, you need to wait for a long while, and then as you've seen in the strikes, it's just hit and miss. Sometimes you get people in, other times there's nothing. All these ads need to be disappearing. Our friend was hit badly in there by those two captains. Ah, look at this, that's ridiculous. And the other friend needs to be revived. Oh no, he has been revived.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils. A show of power. You know, in Siva we trust, and in Siva we
trust.
Get in there and show them that their god is nothing but metal and tech.
Sepic's perfected in all his glory.
I like that dialogue. You've seen, Matthias, that Cade is going to be coming back according to that trailer that we've seen. I wonder whether that's just going to be somebody's fantasy, vision, or dream or something, or whether actually he's going to come back. Well, everything's possible in video gaming, so I personally was very surprised to see that Amanda died. I didn't think that would, you know, take place, and she died in the last season. And everybody loved Amanda. Amanda was a bit like Cade, right? So that was a strange kind of decision made. I was surprised. When you're surprised? Oh, there's a chest in there, look at that. That's not much loot, really. Alright. Scorch Cannon he's got. We want that Scorch Cannon of his. Yep. Unfortunately, I can't use it on the servitor. Sepik. Well, not much of a rocket really, to be honest. too close to the
Nowhere for Sepix to run this time.
oh, he's using the hammers. That will work. Well, Sepix does have a shield up, so that is not going to work then. Matthäus tells us that he's not surprised, considering that Cayde is an exo and their minds can be rebooted.
Any wrench we can throw in their works is a good thing. Guardian, you make one hell of a wrench.
You will remember that I talked on a stream previously about this, and I was quite certain that they will bring Cayde back, because a bit like with Amanda, I don't think they'll actually kill them forever. It was just a way through which they want to tell the story and then keep people interested, you know. It's surprising that they've not given any teasers previously. It's the first time we've seen Cayde reappearing, but it's almost certain that during this season we'll have a bit of him, and then in the next chapter we'll have more of Cayde popping up, being brought back to life, which is good. I think Cayde's a very likeable character, and we want him to be fully involved, and then probably he'll come back with vengeance, you know, to do everything necessary in order to eliminate the darkness. That'd be interesting. I just think that they still need to work a lot more on the narrative. You know, the storytelling for me is not up to scratch. They're trying really as hard as possible to bring in the story to seasonal content, and that's worked reasonably well. It's been a lot better than initially, because you don't have just meaningless grinds where you're grinding for nothing. And here you have a loot which is sort of tied into certain activities, and I quite like the first 3 story missions of this season. I think they're better than the last one. A lot of people are unhappy, you know, with Lightfall and the season, the last one, and also when they start giving you the sections that are like what do you call it? Simulation, right? Then that seems to me that's a bit like doing it on the cheap. You got the characters beautifully designed, but everything else is sort of green and yellow and red, and is, you know, it's like old style 3.1 Windows computer graphics. It's just really not my cup of tea. And I've done some puzzles there with mazes when you need to be finding the way in or way out, which was very difficult unnecessarily. So I thought, but it's the visual difference that strikes me when you watch the usual gameplay. It's beautiful visuals, and then suddenly this simulation is green, red, blue, bland. It really doesn't gel with me. I really have a problem with it.
He's well protected, but with the right team, we can punch through those defenses.
And Matthäus tells us that their minds can be rebooted, hence why every exo had a number after the names. Yeah, that's true, that's true. But you know, people forgot. They thought Cayde was just eliminated forever. They didn't read the lore, and they were not fully aware of the possibilities. But it's surprising, isn't it? Because I thought they'd actually bring Cayde back earlier than this, but it's been really several years, right? Must be about 3 years at least. Not longer. Oh, definitely longer. It was within the second year, I think, of Destiny 2 that he was killed by that prince. Just want to ask Matthäus whether he's excited about the new Assassin's Creed Mirage. You've heard You probably will be watching Ubisoft Forward on Monday. They'll tell us all about it. It's on Monday afternoon, I think. Well, it's interesting that Jeff managed to kill off E3, and you know, previously he'd be participating, so that's really quite extraordinary. It just tells you that things in this industry have changed quite considerably. Oh, that was ridiculous. Literally walked into that Colossus. Oh, you're not excited about it? Alright. Well, it'd be interesting to see what they come up with, you know. Because obviously Ubisoft Forward will be not just about Assassin's Creed, it'll be linked to all the other titles they're working on. And Ubisoft are quite an amazing developer and publisher, you know, loads of games. And I've not played The Division for quite a while now. It'd be quite interesting for me to see what the state of play is there. I've not played any seasons in the Division 2, and I think lots of people quite liked the content. Look at that Colossus, he's absolutely relentless, you know, isn't he? But says that he thinks that the major company departure is the the main reason behind the cancellation of E3. Well, the question is whether E3 is to come back at all in the future, because I think the conditions well, the conditions have changed ever since, and that's probably one of the main reasons. Like you say, in my view, if all the companies want to be doing their own showcases because they want to be drawing attention to their product, then that sort of major convention is definitely going to be sent to oblivion, you know, to history. Well, I can understand it to a degree, because at the end of the day, if you are, you know, what's happening here? If you are presenting your products together with lots of other companies, then it could well be that other people will be attracted by some of these other presentations. And if you are aligning everything to what you do, then people have that degree of choice, you know, so that's funny. Starfield is the game that I really want to see. Can't wait for that presentation tomorrow. Firstly, we'll have Xbox and Phil Spencer and his team, and then there will be Bethesda doing the introduction, and it'll be exclusively dedicated to Starfield. So I'm very curious to see whether the game is going to deliver in full, because if you think of the games released this year, heavyweights and the bigger ones, the one that really succeeded, and you know, the game that's having really fantastic feedback from everyone, is Diablo 4. All the other heavyweights had some sort of problems, be it minor or major. And I played Diablo, closed beta, open beta, and server slam, and I thought it was very, very good. I've not played the game obviously yet, but Sorcerer apparently is the most popular character in Diablo 4, will consider it within the first week. So that's interesting. And just the game's beautifully designed, and I think perfectly aligned with the previous chapters. So definitely. But I think what's very important is that Blizzard had a lengthy period in which they were able to test the game, with the community, with closed betas, open beta, server slam, and they basically did get a lot of feedback from the community, and I think they worked on some aspects of the game, because I remember I could spot certain bits which I thought were different between open beta and server slam, and that's really cool, because you want the community to be fully involved, and if there is a possibility for things to be improved or changed before the release, then why not? I got killed in that. And that tells us that it's the departure of heavyweights, Sony and Microsoft, together with COVID. Well, I think COVID changed the industry altogether, and don't forget, on one hand, you would have had a major increase on the number of participants for everyday gaming during that period. So from 2 billion, it's gone up to about 4 billion people, and that's incredibly remarkable, because obviously that's more than half of the world's population. At the same time, with this increase, you also had some changes in trends. A lot more interest was developing for PvP games and for kind of live online multiplayers. So at the moment, this is the major trend, and therefore the companies like BioWare and Bethesda, I guess, had to really tackle the challenges and consider whether there is going to be enough interest for the future products, if they were to be outside of that realm of multiplayer and online. Then obviously question of finance. All the monies that were not made, and everything being shut down for almost 2 years. It doesn't really matter. I think just that video game industry is thriving, and it is ascending. It's a new form of communication for many people. It's a new social network that has very many benefits, and it doesn't matter what the current trends are. There are many new things to come in, and don't forget, they're also working day and night on the new tech which is applied to the game development, which means the games are cheaper to make. And I've got to say, if you watched the presentations, if you watched Jeff's and then afterwards 2 hours of independent kind of games that were being showcased, it's extraordinary. The diversity, the vibrancy, the energy, games being made by 2 to 3 people running a small startup company. That's incredible. And also all these new ideas. The versatility is something that really excites me. There isn't enough time to try all the independent games, but they are introducing lots of new things, and you don't have a major marketing budget or the best game engines, but you create a very interesting content. I've played several games on the Game Pass, which were, I thought, extraordinary. They look simple, but the content was great. Like the dialogue, interactivity, skills tree, you name it. So I think the future looks very bright. That's definitely my take on it. Obviously, companies will come and go. You'll have some companies that excel. You'll have others that will be suffering due to whatever, budget, inability to change, or not wanting to deliver. You really wonder about Arcane, after that Redfall disaster. It's a huge threat for the company. They had huge success in the past, but I don't really know how they are going to be able to do anything in the near future after this sort of disaster. I've played Redfall day one, and in the first couple of weeks. I've not gone back in since because I'm expecting some major work to be done. But I couldn't believe how bad the game was. It was shockingly bad. I mean, honestly, I hated what happened to Anthem initially, but that game does actually have head and tail, and it's easy to follow. But like Redfall, no cutscenes, just concept art with narration. Then every dialogue that you got in there, you got hundreds and hundreds of characters that you meet when you walk through Redfall, and what do you get? Hello, that sort of thing. This is no dialogue. So it looked like the dialogue was still to be written and applied to these characters. Honestly. The other thing that really surprises me, I played Cyberpunk after I think it's about a year after it was released. Obviously, initially, you heard the game was unplayable on PlayStation, and they withdrew the game from the store because of that reason. It worked perfectly on PC. I'm not really surprised because CD Red, originally when they made The Witcher, they were a company that worked the best with PC systems, and it just seemed astonishing that the game of that magnitude with such hype would be released too early, and they've not worked on all the threats and liabilities that the game was obviously displaying. So I don't get it. And even after all of that, you still, if you wanted to buy the game today, right, the game is still extremely expensive. I assume they lost a lot of money on the game at the time of its release because of the bad reviews and all the technical problems and everything else. But I've got to say, still charging that very, very high price that many years after is a bit strange, because I wanted to buy it, wanted to play it, but no way I was going to pay like £30-40 for it. I played it on its trial. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was on PlayStation. Trial on PlayStation. I think we were given like 5 hours just to try it. And I liked it. I thought it was great, open world, really good characters, interesting dialogue. It's the kind of game I really like, like a Mass Effect style. You walk around, you talk to everyone, you get different quests, you make certain choices, and I like that. And Matthias tells us that Redfall was truly disastrous. Well, I think for Xbox and for Game Pass and for everybody involved, this was like a major earthquake, because they talked about this game for quite some time. This was to be one of their biggest heavyweights of the year, maybe even in terms of this decade, and certainly a very good idea, very good concept, and everything that we've seen and heard was telling us that the game is going to be very good. But you can really tell major problem with resources, and obviously very, very great pressures from the shareholders. They just couldn't wait, like as it is the case with lots of other games. So it's just ridiculous that a game with such potential, and when you play it, you can see there's a huge potential for different characters, for different types of skills, and a massive open world that has almost, well, it's not every building, but the vast majority of buildings are accessible, but there's nothing to see, nothing to find. I think with Anthem, you'd say, alright, the problem is with the concept. This is a company that actually doesn't do multiplayers, and they want to excel with a full multiplayer. They've not spent enough time working on the concept, and it doesn't gel. So the multiplayer, together with the story and everything else, it just seemed really disjointed. And but at the same time, you do have a story. The story is easy to follow. You have fantastic battle sequences, so they really excelled with combat. They look incredible. Like for single player, they look really, really cool, and they work well. You had the attempt to create raids, which they call cataclysms. That didn't work at all. So obviously the weakness of the whole thing was with the multiplayer, and on the technical side of things, where the game really performed very badly during the first couple of months due to the complexity which they were trying to introduce. And I guess, as was the case with some other games, the fact that the tech perhaps was not developed well enough at the time when they were working on it in order to suffice everything that they were introducing. You remember Bungie saying, we wanted to have Destiny right at the beginning, literally from day one, to be like what Destiny 2 is today. But the tech wasn't there. Whether this is true or not, I don't know. It's still, I'd say Redfall falls into that category where just everything failed. From the narrative, to its execution, to the gameplay, glitches, lack of dialogue, you know, like I said, with no cutscenes for that sort of game. It's just crazy. And Arcane's a top-notch studio. They had so many different games under the belt, and you wonder what company or what investor will want to put their money on them after that. It's funny, if you go to YouTube and if you listen to the podcast, which was, I guess, launched just before the release, so some of the guys already had privy access to you know, the pre-release gameplay, and they talked about the game in such fantastic terms that you'd expect a lot more, and some of the lead designers were there, and you know, it all felt properly polished. And then when we looked at the game, I couldn't believe it. I walk around, you know, the fire station, the base, right? You walk around, you've got all these characters with that dialogue saying talk or conversation or whatever it says, and chat, I think it says. You click on it and they have nothing to say but yawn, cough, sneeze, say hi, this and it. It's just ridiculous. Whether the company will still work on the game and do something else, I have no idea, but I think the response has been really disastrous, and it's just really sad to see. So obviously, as far as Starfield is concerned, the expectations are just rising and going up and up, and I guess compared to Redfall, which was done by the third party, this is like Bethesda through and through, right? With everyone involved. It's the game they worked on for 10 years. So obviously I have high expectations, and if it turns out to be good, then it is just my sort of game, like Mass Effect meeting Halo, meeting Destiny, you know, that sort of thing. And maybe also some strategy games. What I've seen so far was actually quite strategic, so... As long as they worked on a script, as long as the dialogue is as good as it is in the Outer Worlds, then things will work. Obviously the Outer Worlds not being from the same company, but you know, the concept's there. Yeah, didn't eliminate the main guy. Right. I want to ask you, Matthias, when you listen to the audio coming from Twitch here on the stream, what's the audio like? Is it natural? Is it audible? Does it have these constant stoppages, which is what I see and hear on playback? I mean, generally that new Twitch app update's been totally disastrous. It's been complete shambles, and there's nothing that I can do about it. It's just so bad. Look at that. I'm killed. Just wondering about that, because I've had some feedback which generally had been I guess divisive, because it depends on people's setup and whether they watch it on the TV or Android. But what I've seen from my end have been extremely poor. So I get better picture quality, I got better speeds, but then Twitch is causing problems with this app, which presently is not working. Do you know why on earth would they want to be preferring streamers to work on PCs compared to consoles? So I was just trying to work this out, whether it's to do with you know, a greater sense of control, or whether it's to do with them wanting to have, I guess, a finger in the pie with products and monetization. What is it? What's the reason? Because it's a bit strange that the app is not performing on either of the consoles. It's disastrous for Xbox. It's extremely poor. You can't stream off Xbox at the moment due to that, because there's practically no sound at all. But on PlayStation is somewhat better, but still bad. So if you can provide me with a bit of feedback, then obviously that would be greatly appreciated. I just couldn't get the sound settings right on my consoles, because it didn't matter whether it was too loud or too quiet. It just seemed that the app was not doing the optimization as it should. The other day the sound wasn't recorded at all, and also we had a problem with these stoppages all the time. It's never been a problem before with Twitch, you know. Twitch was fine, and it's the new update, I think, about 4 months old. It was in February that they launched it. Well, I think that is going to be our last strike for today. I'm going to finish it. Getting a bit tired, a bit hungry, in case it's the penultimate beta in here. I think quite a few things do work here. Like, for instance, the overlays provided by Stream Elements are good. Tiltify, fundraising, tipping, all additional add-ons coming through either Stream Elements or live stream, all working good. And so I'm confident that with the regular schedule we are going to be back to normal, as long as the sound is audible, as long as everyone can hear everything. I'm being hit. I survived. Maybe I could really use that sword and then pick up my rocket launcher. Be able to do much there with my sword and him. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't manage to jump fast enough. Change that to rocket launcher. Hunger of Kreuter is the one I'll use. Well, I've not heard from Matthias. I'm just curious whether he's still there. Okay. Let's see whether I've got any other rockets in there. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To pick up some ammunition. Any purple ones anywhere? I don't see anything. And we managed to eliminate the boss, which is good. This is our chest, but I do not have the required skeleton key, so dance a bit. So this has been completed successfully. Picked up some loot. We had some fun. Strange coins purchased. Good. All done and dusted for today. I think I'll just do a bit of admin. We'll go back to the tower, sort everything out, and then call it a day. Hope you guys enjoy the stream and our community content. We talk quite a lot about everything happening in the industry. Summer Games Festival, new exciting titles coming our way. Talked about what came across as the best on Friday. Talked about our community members, the questions. We talked about hashtag Gamers for Mental Health, our fundraising, all the changes in here. So it's been a very, very busy, very enjoyable beta, and I have to say, with quite a few people coming in to talk to us. I'm amazed that people are coming to beta, because betas for Twitch streams are very unpopular due to non-functionality of certain things or glitches, and it's been so great to see that our friends, old and new, are definitely interested, and it's certain they will be coming back in much greater numbers once we resume with our regular streams. So that's great, and thank you to you all for being here and supporting and raising the awareness of small Twitch streamers, the awareness of charitable fundraising and all else I talked about. So I'm very, very grateful, and we'll have a lot more of that as we go along. As you can see, lots of people in there in the tower doing the admin. Right, so let's just finish the admin and then we'll wrap it up, see what I picked up there, what's in my inventory. Okay, we're getting quite a lot of, what's this? Baron's Ambition. It's like a really good rate of fire. I don't think I picked it up before, so I'll probably put in a vault if possible. There is still some space there, we'll see. Okay, this one needs to be out. So it's exactly the same, two of these. No, it's not actually. This one's Discipline 64. This one we'll get rid of then. And this one will keep us locked forever. Okay, so that's sorted. Even the green one, Sina Jagia, all of these are completely useless, and we don't want to be spending time on any of these. Okay, vaulting some of the content. Yep. Just thinking, when you put something in the vault, it stays there forever, right? So maybe that's what Bungie are thinking, that placing some of that content in the vault will be there forever. I don't know, hard to tell. But we want to see a lot more of it. We want it back. I want that Red War campaign to come back. I want all the vaulted DLCs to come back, so we can bring in other community members and replay the missions and, you know, relive the joy. Not keen on what we purchased to have been just vaulted. Not keen for that to be disappearing.
My pleasure.
So, what have we got there?
Good weapon.
Nox Astur 3. Okay. The Palindrome. I've got loads of Palindromes.
Very solid, Guardian.
Rako Poltergeist as well. Let me just double check. Rako Poltergeist. Yeah, that's not too bad. 50, 54. Palindrome I don't need. And then this one as well. Also Astur, that's all dead. We don't need any of this. I think probably quite a few items there with Katie.
Checking.
Ah, just one key. This, this. That.
Acknowledged.
So, managed to pick up some engrams. The other ones will be gone. We have one engram in here. Well, I much prefer the inventory in the sequel because it's so easy to do everything at once. This takes a lot more time, and it's sort of fiddly.
Check. All done.
Bye. We have more engrams for decryption. There we are.
Wisely.
Oligarch, not useful. Takanomi Ranger, not useful. Sinalamprey, not useful. Right, so these ones are going to be binned. What else do we have there? Cordova, Oligarch. No, I don't have anything up there. Okay. Go back for more engrams. That's annoying because none of them are really useful. They're just literally wasting time.
Ready to assist. Check. Goodbye.
See you later, Katie.
What do you have for us, Hunter?
I think I need to go to Lakshmi,
Oh, now that should be interesting.
if I'm not mistaken. Still some primaries in there by the looks of it.
We need the challenge.
Well, we'll do everything
Hi.
slowly but surely.
Check. Acknowledged. Goodbye.
extras. Coding. Getting all these blue weapons. If you ask yourself, why on earth is he getting all these blue weapons? Treads upon stars, I got that one as well. The reason for that is, you know, for people who are starting out, people who are leveling up, the blues are usually infused into the mauve ones, right? Or purple. And then you are just leveling up. And that, in Destiny 1, takes quite some time. I've heard from some of our veterans that originally, when the game was released, it would have taken them almost 2 years. 18 months to 2 years. And that's very different in a sequel. Anytime you join in at the beginning of the new season, you're leveled up. And that's extremely unpopular with very many of our Destiny veterans, so something to keep in mind. I can see the logic behind it, but it's not popular, really. That's what it is.
Service restored. Transferred.
What is this? Class site. Liberate one of those. Why is that there? It's just completely useless. No, I don't want any of that, so I'll probably have a bit more space for picking up these items. Yep. So that needs to be decoyded.
These engrams were buried under Hong Kong. Golden Age strata wear it well.
Oh, that's good. At least something. Can do with these strange coins always.
Check. All done.
Go back again. Well, anyone who has been enjoying Destiny 2 will tell you that that seems very, very fiddly, and it is, but never mind. We do it, and sometimes you get really good rewards. Both games require a system which needs to be applied to everyday gameplay, because when you have a system on how you're going to be doing it, then it is very easy, very enjoyable, and it also requires a certain amount of discipline. So if you're disciplined and if you are having that system, well, if you're a younger player, you can apply all of that to your everyday activities, like for instance schoolwork or university-based work, and it will really help. You'll know exactly when the time to start is, and also you'll know when to end. And being disciplined in terms of doing it on the regular basis, you know, the system is applied every single day. You go to the tower, you get your admin sorted, you pick up your bounties, you go and do some of the strikes, you go back to the tower, you squad up, you go back, you do the same thing again and again, and you discard those which are not useful, you place the ones which are useful in the vault, you level up with your NPCs. So, you know, it's a system, which means you do it every single day exactly the same way. And when you apply that degree of discipline in your everyday life with other activities, it really helps. Try it.
We still have much to learn about
Checking.
Just a second. That should be freed up. Should have more space there. And what's this? Yeah, we don't want this. Silenter. Alright. That. So So that's all done. Okay, that's 1 engram. This one we don't need, we get rid of this one. And then we need to free up some space for our skeleton key, and then that will be it. I bet there's gonna be baboon. Beaver. Just when I was about to finish. For anyone who's not familiar with these baboons and beavers error messages, Bungie told us that at the moment they have a huge problem with these, and that's been persisting since yesterday. Yesterday I was not able to go back to the tower in Destiny 1 at all. It was just constantly being kicked out. Back to orbit, and you know, that was it. So it looks like some of those problems are coming back. Well, I'm not going to be spending the rest of the night just trying to get back in. But I want to finish the admin so we have clear decks for the next session. Empty post box and everything done and dusted with engrams and all other bits. Well, amazing. I was able to get back in.
Checking.
Yeah, so that's inventory. Let's see what's not needed in there. And we'll be able to use this skeleton key, but you know, as you've seen, the only hope is that sometimes we get good exotics. All the other weapons are not really needed or necessary in here. I got the pinnacles and, you know, the best ones. Okay, see what we've done with the bounties. One has been completed, that's Ukna Ghost. Reputation is up, multiplied. Let's see how many mods do I have. I have, what is it, 752. Okay. Trying to think of this. Grants the exotic weapon, Mida multi-tool, and the Arctic survivalist ornament. Resistor 400, raise lighter, sleeper simulant. Why is this not locked? Super good advice, dark drinker, Galahorn, Thunderlord, Boltcaster. What's happened to that ornament though? Because I thought we were gonna get Juju. Here we are, okay. Details. Yeah, we got it. See? So we picked up that survivalist Arctic survivalist ornament from Xer. I purchased it today, and that's been applied to our Mida multi-tool. It's just, you know, it's an ornament where you are going to be able to beautiflize your weapon. It doesn't have any major impact on the functionality or anything else. So you can swing from one to the other. We've got special ops, and we've got this survivalist one. So we'll keep this one on, and maybe we'll use that Mida from time to time just to polish it up a bit. 2 character agility, unbelievably fast drawn, increases ammunition, radar stays active, okay, sub-ballistics less recoil penalty to impact, significant penalty to range, greatly reduced recoil, CQB ballistics, smart drift control. What's the first one? We'll take the first one, because CQB is just literally like close quarter battles, which means close range. Infuse, not necessary, it's 400 kinetic damage. Okay, so that looks fine. We can try it. once we commence with some other strikes and activities. Okay. My friends, I think that's about it. We are hang on, I said that I've got something in the inventory that I still wanted to look at. What's this? Sarus regime. Telesto. I need to really do this. I need to really look at the weapons that we've got in the vault and then attach these. We'll do this tomorrow or some other day. Oh yeah, before we wrap up, I just remembered that we've got still Lakshmi to talk to. He also wants to talk to me. Why?
What do you have for us, Hunter?
Oh, this one anyway. Okay.
Oh, pity you're
Okay, that's fine. Some more modes of light. Modes are good. Strange coins are better, because I bought some modes earlier, and go to Lakshmi. Lakshmi is on the top floor. Amanda is here alive and well, but sadly in the sequel she perished during the last season, so we don't have Amanda anymore in Destiny Universe, which is regrettable. Oh, we've got Future Walk Armor, Future Walk Chroma, and weapons. Let me think. Legendary item, probably. Eon Tracer boots. I've got these, but I got also Strange Coin, so that's good. Eon Tracer boots 400. Discipline. Yeah, the ones I've got are better because they're masterwork. So you can see the ones I've got equipped. Intellect 70, Strength 48, and these ones are, mind you, Strength there is 56, it's a bit more, but my discipline's greater with the ones equipped, so we don't really need any of these. We'll get rid of them. Alright, so that's about it really. We'll go downstairs, go to the front, have a look at the view, and then we'll say goodbye to everyone. My hunter's taking time to get there. Right, so we'll go up here, look at the view. We don't want to be looking at the ship. There we are. That's nice and easy. Well, we've come to the end of our penultimate beta test today. It's been very enjoyable. I want to thank all of our participants for watching, for talking, for giving us your comments and views, providing us with your feedback. All of that greatly appreciated. Just for the very end, I need to say that we are doing charitable fundraising here for Mind UK, Mind Charity. It's a well-known charity here in Britain that provides services for people who are suffering from emotional pressures or mental health issues, and they've been around for more than 50 years and provide a variety of different services in the community, individual and group work, various events, social gatherings, etc., etc. So in order for the charity to be supported, we are raising the profile of the charity through the gaming forums, and we are trying to generate funds through donations. So if you're interested, I'll give you the link very, very shortly in here, and you'll be able to support the charity more or less immediately if you wish to do so. Or if you wish to be involved or you want to promote, you can simply get some information from the link and then make sure that you are telling your friends, relatives, families, friends, associates, colleagues, students, everyone else you know, and just make sure they realize that the works of our charities are fundamental to the well-being of our local community. Obviously, there are lots of different charities. Some are providing services for mental health, others for neurological illnesses, others for old age. The list just goes on and on. But supporting them, particularly at the moment, as we are facing a huge economic crisis and massive pressures on the cost of living overall, it is going to be very, very helpful and greatly appreciated if anyone contributes. So the campaign will be run for about 6 months, and the last date of the campaign is 31st of December of this year. So I'm hoping to raise £1,000 for our charity, and any form of help or contribution will be greatly appreciated, not just by myself and our community, but by everyone who is either currently working for Mind, that is professionals and volunteers, as well as any service users. Lots of people use this service every day, and don't forget, if you contribute, if you raise the profile to talk about it, or you donate, you are becoming an active member in the process of saving lives, because this charity is saving many, many lives, and we really need to fully appreciate it. So if you like what you see here, you can also donate in order to support the channel and our community, and that's a separate thing. Both are charitable, one towards myself personally and our community. All of that is to be used for the maintenance of the channel, nothing else. And the other is us supporting a well-known, well-established British charity called Mind, and that is then all done through Tiltify, a platform that is supporting charitable fundraising both in the US and the UK. Anyway, I'll give you the links and then you'll be able to see it. So once again, that is the new direction that we are taking in our channel, supporting charities, and also having a hashtag that says #Gamers for Mental Health, supporting mental health and gaming community working together. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting us, and I shall see you all tomorrow for a shorter beta, and then we'll resume with our regular streams from next week. Take care, and I wish you a very, very good night.